All my profane friends, excuse me, I've got a bit of a sore throat. Yeah, Masonic Gangstalking. This is part 3, but I'm just going to go a bit of track here, yeah? This is Masonic Gangstalking, Weirdos and Perverts from Great Yarmouth, yeah? This is part 3, but I'm going to show you, right, partly why I see things, yeah? What other people done, and I put connections to it, you know. I mean, what is, for instance, yeah, let me show you this, Masonic canals, okay? So what does it mean to have a porthole on your house, do you think? Eh? All these portholes, and I'm going to show you exactly what that means. So watch this video first, and obviously, you know me, I like to jump about, but you will get the point. The point is, yeah, is a dry berth or a dry docked house, yeah, has no laws whatsoever what is going on with these houses that have portholes, including warehouses. You see the portholes, look? You see? And obviously it represents the all-seeing eye. Some of these are from Great Yarmouth. I'll show you exactly what I mean. But listen to this first video and the first 2 videos, and then you'll see where I'm getting to. But this is to do with gang stalking, yeah? Because when you see something, yeah, and you pinpoint stuff, they don't like that. So then, if you're a truther, this is where the gang stalking comes from. Do you see what I mean? Because you stand out from the rest, you know. Like I've got the mark of the half moon and the 2 M's on each hand of my palm, yeah. I remember a man, I can't remember who it was, whether he was a Freemason or not, looked straight, took my hands and looked at my palms, yeah, threw my palms down and then walked away, yeah. Whatever that meant, or whatever, you know, one of them memories, you know what I mean? Whatever that meant, it meant something to him. It didn't mean nothing to me until later when I did the research on Masonic M's or moons on the hand, yeah? Again, I could show you that from here. How do I do that? Oh, baby. How do I do that? Oh, yeah, go back. Let me just shut that bin there. Like if I put it in here like this, look, M on palms, right? Look, you see. Let's see if it come up. See, look, be careful. Do you have? Oh, what happened? Oh, let me do that again. Sorry. Remember, I'm not a professional at this. On palms, right? Okay, look. On the prophecy has already begun, yeah. I've got the hands with the double M's, okay, which is there, yeah. I'll show you them in the next video, for instance, yeah. I also have on my palms, along with the double M, yeah, I actually have the crescent moon, yeah. There it is, look, if you have this, yeah, you're not human, right? That's what it reckons, anyway, I don't know. I've got both the M's on both hands, and I've got the crescent moon, yeah, on my hands. So when I put my hands together, I have the half crescent moon along with the 2 Masonic M's. I call them the Masonic M's, yeah. You know what I mean? I'm a master of the morons. Do you see what I mean? But that's what I've got, yeah. And there's a lot of information on it. See, there's this one here. Look, you can see it at the top of the video, the top right. Look.
Did you know? Did you know?
And I don't know how to get rid of that, but that's what I've got anyway, yeah. Look it up, research it, you know what I mean? I haven't really looked into it or anything like that, but that might be part to do with my gang stalking, do you see what I mean? Yeah. But here we go. This is what has portholes and Freemasonry and gang stalking got to do with anything, okay? So keep an eye out. There's plenty of houses with portholes, yeah, that don't go under international laws as we know it. And I'll just show you now, if you listen to this lady here with the Epstein Islands. Listen. Oh, let me turn it up.
Chain than Epstein.
You know that Branson is higher up in the chain than Epstein is. People are really going to see Branson's name coming out a lot with that. I think that he was the higher up who was kind of running their trafficking corporation. So these passports that people were getting from Terramar Project basically make them citizens of no country. They become citizens of the water. So therefore, they legally cannot be convicted of any crimes committed on the water, and anybody could take them anywhere. This is one of the major ways that I believe that, you know, they're getting by with this trafficking. And if you think how big, you know, Epstein with his one little island was, just imagine somebody who's doing this internationally off the water, with no tracking.
Now, again, yeah, we're talking international, yeah. Again, they're talking worldwide. But what happens if it's just local? Yeah. Okay, and by that, I'm going to show you in the next couple of videos, okay? Right, wait there. Let me just find the next video. Like I said, I've just got to jump to a couple of videos like this, yeah? And then you'll understand my profane friends. You know me, it takes a while for me to get to the point of anything, as usual. Actually, I'll just start from here, yeah? Right, we'll just start from, yeah, we'll go from this one here, yeah? Okay, remember these, look, you see the porthole? You see the big porthole? Yeah? This means it's a land base that's either dry berthed or dry docked, yeah, and doesn't stand under normal laws, okay? That is the what's the word for it? That's the basics of it, yeah. So this is a dry docked building, okay, living on land. Obviously, you can see that this is the circus. Look, you see the Masonic A, look. I just thought, oh, the hippodrome, you know, around the world, you know, we are around the world, the Masonic A, you see. Notice the 2 points at the top here, yeah, to the left and to the right, but normally they leave it straight, but that's what that indicates. That's an actual Masonic symbolism that we are Freakmasons, yeah, and they've been controlling this town for a very long time. But anyway, that's another story, my profane friends. Do you know what I mean? Actually,
can you see it, my profane friends? Can you see it? From around the world, no matter where it is, you will see that square and calm piss. Can you see it in the eye? In the fleur de piss, look. See, fleur de piss and the Masonic A. Notice where the points are here, look, you see? That's where it goes, look, you see what I mean? The square and calm piss. You know what I mean? And these families have been around for a long, long time. You know what I mean? They're barons, lords, dukes and earls. You know what I mean? This is why they control the towns, they control your cities. Trust me, I know. I've done the research. I mean, look at Sainsbury's, look. Can you see it, my profane friends, look? One square and calm piss. Two square and calm piss, and then the two in the middle combined to be the third 6, 6, 6. I mean, I could show you over there. I've already done this anyway, Tesco's. But look at the pyramids, you know what I mean? They've got the pyramids. Oh, it's all in there, Teddy. Look, see that? The square and calm piss. Pure Masonic Sainsbury's. Their symbolism around the world knows no bounds. Lords, dukes, earls and barons, you know what I mean? They come from barons of the world, you know what I mean? The aristocracy. And what amazes me is actually you've got all these people running around with these flags that the aristocracy actually made. You know what I mean? It enslaved you in different wars and killed billions of people, family members, women, children, and you're all waving their flags like dumbasses, supporting their rubbish. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Here's what wave a Masonic flag about, the heralding. You know what I mean? It enslaved you. That's been enslaving you for thousands of years, their flags. Look at this, look. 3 X's, look. 1X, 2X, 3X. See? Even over there, look. See that Union Jacks, look? 1, 2, 3. 3 square and can't piss. 666. They own all of this real estate. It all belongs to the Masonic Lodge, my profane friends. Anyway, even the windows over there, look. See them? 3 windows, 3 windows. Amazing. They own all the real estate. Everything you can see belongs to them. Their silly little Masonic world. Look at the points. Remember the points on there. I'm going to show you something else with the same A, yeah? A gang with the same A. Have a great day.
And the same gang is a biker gang, yeah? But anyway, we're not getting into that. What I'm talking about here is houses in dry dock. Where's the dry dock? Where's the dry dock? Here, yeah? And I'll show you. But first, to get the idea of what's going on, you've just heard about the Epstein Islands and the thingy. But this is going to be the local one. Listen. I'll start here.
Called Rosie and Jim, about 2 ragdolls that lived on the canal boats. The BBC brought out a programme called Rosie and Jim, about 2 ragdolls that lived on the canal boat. I started finding that some of these boats would have these little ragdolls in there, or it might have a Barbie doll or an action man. And the police put me in touch with a guy. He was a profiler, and he said that they're called indicators. The action man will mean that he's into boys. The Barbie doll mean girls. Go and get a warrant and search that boat. And I went, oh, I've got no evidence. He said, I've just given you the evidence. He said, there's not a judge in this country who will go against you. Anyway, got a warrant, searched the boat. Sure enough, blokes.
And what have you found there?
Well, it was a sex offender, and then we found clusters of them.
I'm sure a lot of you do, but if you don't know what indicators are, this is what these preds use to identify each other. Now, I didn't know that about the dolls and the boat, and I'm a 90s baby, so I remember this programme. But let me put you onto this guy in the video. He's called John Wedger. He's a former Scotland Yard detective, and he knows his stuff. It's super important that we wise up and we know the enemy.
And by that, yeah, it's all to do with signs and symbols, yeah, but it's to do with the sea laws, you know, the pirates, the skull and bones, yeah. But listen to more videos, right? As it gets on, you'll understand exactly, maybe, what's going on around in your own towns and cities and your own countries, because these people don't work under any normal laws.
There was a couple of people that were planning to abduct, rape, torture and mutilate a young boy. And we'd managed to intercept it, and you know, it was real.
How long was this? How long was this over a period of?
A month. In a month. It was awful.
I mean, I know it's wild, John, right? And I know we're going to go into it, but I know the numbers will probably frighten a lot of people. But 90 in a month when they'd asked you to pick.
And what was happening was, because the BBC had brought out that programme Rosie and Jim, with the little rag dolls and canal boats. So kids started loving the canals, and it sort of built up this revitalisation. And then there was these companies would set up respite care for kids in care or special needs children, and there was a couple of individuals set up respite care for looked after children on canal boats, and one of them was a dangerous paedophile, and he was taking kids out on respite care, like non-verbal special needs children and things like that.
It's frightening, isn't it?
It was absolutely shocking, and
see, obviously this was a shock to you.
By the way, did you notice that the kid, when it stood there, the child, yeah, that there was an obelisk? He was looking at an obelisk. I don't know if you noticed that.
There was a couple of people that were planning.
No, watch. Let's see if I can show you. That's a funny thing to show.
A lot of people, but
where is he?
And there was these.
Yeah, there. It's a funny thing to have that obelisk in the background, isn't it? Do you see what I mean? Always telling you, always showing you. But again, we're not talking about the canal boats, yeah? We're talking about properties with portholes, okay? I'll get more into it, just bear with me. I just want you to understand what these canal boats are all about, okay? Dry dock, dry berths.
Kids out on
Oh yeah, and I want you to know the Cray connection with the EastEnders. Look, you see, this is how they get into the stars. You see, look, all these stars. Look, yeah, all associated with the Crays. Obviously, you know, Barbara Windsor, but then you've got Freddie Foreman, whose dad was a criminal, obviously, and a murderer. He worked for the Crays. Okay, then you got like I can't remember her name, Caroline. You got the other one. You know what I mean? But this is how the EastEnders, you know, even Mad Frankie Fraser is connected to him. You know, Craig Fairbass, do you know what I mean? Who connected to Lenny McLean. Then you got Mike Reed, and now they're connected to the comedians. Do you see what I mean? And this is how it all goes. Do you know what I mean? They're connected through everything, even, you know, to Dave Courtney, obviously. And this is what they do, and they blackmail the stars, yeah. And then if you get into the boxing side of it, again, I could show you how many boxers have been killed over the years, yeah. Murdered, should I say, yeah. More than likely because they didn't want to take a drop or a fail, so they got murdered for it, yeah. There's lots of it. Just research it, you know, murderers. But anyway, let's moving on, okay. Look, G is for gypsy, yeah. The term gypsy itself, from Egyptian, it sounds better to tell your new neighbours, I've travelled here. Yeah, instead of telling them you were kicked out from the last place of residency. Again, when you have no land to stand on, you have to build your own promised land, okay? So again, here we are, big Freemasons, Barcelona, see what I mean? They've been around for a long, long time, 1926, but they go back hundreds of years, hundreds and thousands of years, these people. I just noticed, yeah, that the square and calm piss on the walls are looking like portholes. Do you see what I mean, my profane friends? Now, let's get a little bit more into this, my profane friends, but it does tell you a lot, doesn't it? Look at that. All the riches, all them men, look. An army, ready. Look at the wine. See, they wine and dine and all that finery, and you think they're just going to give it up for you? No chance. You're profane slaves. Right, look. The carnival man, you see, again, travelling carnivals, right? I won't get into it now, but that's coming up in another video, okay? That's all about the travelling G travellers. Right. I'll leave that, you can read that yourself. And the reason he passed the DBS test, yeah, is because one of his Masonic funny handshakes, yeah, allowed that to happen, because he's more than likely buried, yeah, by another Freemason in the office. Do you see what I mean? See, look, the individual was believed to be council employee, but further checks, yeah, found that he was fabricated by Slight. The small address domain had been bought by Slight. Do you see what I mean? And this is how they do it, and they work it all the time, yeah? Using their system, they just blame the one person, but it's not. It's a whole group of people on the same wavelength doing the same thing all the time. Anyway, things are doing great, Yarmouth. If you're being gang-stalked and drugged and harassed, leave. But where can you leave? What town or city could I go to across the world? There ain't one place I could go where the Freemasons ain't got a Masonic corrupt lodge that could just take a phone call. I've been to Asia, been stalked there by the Freemasons. I've been everywhere over the UK where they traced me and tracked me by GPS or followed me or whatever they've done. Do you know what I mean? So how can I get away from these freaktards? You can't. Now here we go again, look. The cover-up.
I held a meeting with social services and all these interested NGO partners. We found 52 children in 3 days shut down. I held a meeting with social services and all these interested NGO parties about the grooming gangs within the children's homes, right? Mainly in the London Borough of Haringey, and just saying that the police knew about it. It's like with Sadiq Khan claiming that there are no grooming gangs in London. Well, if you don't police it properly, there ain't any. I had a senior member of one of the leading children's charities who's in charge of safeguarding told me that I was to stop looking into it, otherwise she'd report.
And if you look into who own the children's homes, yeah, they're not called lodges for nothing. Yeah, do the research. It's in my videos already. Yeah? I think it's in Masonic Increase in Armies, yeah. But if you look into the Masonic who owns children homes, yeah, they're all called lodgers, or what was the other name, or compass, do you know what I mean? They're all got Masonic names, yeah, because the Masonic Freemasons control the social services, they control CAFCAS, do you see what I mean? And this is how they get away with it all the time, manipulating that situation. And when you think someone's been sacked, you know, because they're corrupt or this, that, or they get caught out, all they do is then put another Masonic fucking Freemason in place who, again, hides their Masonic apron. Do you see what I mean? The corruption goes on and on and on.
Me to my seniors, I'm not to look into it. It got shut down. We found 52 children in 3 days, shut down. Right? That was it. I'll give you an example of how bad this goes. One kid was 13 years old. He was in the late stages of AIDS. He was so sick from AIDS, from being anally, he was still being picked up from the kids' home and taken to clients, but he couldn't walk. So he was being carried into a car to be taken off to be anally.
Who are these clients?
Well, they'll be as varied as those.
Who are they going through? I mean, I just don't understand.
There's people will pay, and they will come from every swathe of society. We go on about the Shirley Oaks Kids Home, in which kids there were abused. The conspiracy of silence is this. With these institutions, they get other kids to abuse other kids.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, the victim is now in their mind because they've done it to other kids. So this is how you deal with it. It's a very twisted logic, and of course it causes turmoil, mental health, and then.
Right, now watch. I'll just leave it there, right? Canal gypsies and families, or water gypsies, were traditionally boat people who lived and worked on British narrowboats from the late 18th century, transporting coal, timber and goods, often living in the tight-knit nomadic family units. They formed distinct communities on the waterways. Their lifestyle involves strenuous manual labour, with families often living and travelling on boats together. Okay, I'll leave that. You can obviously read that at your own leisure. I mean, what profane person, right, truthfully, could own a canal boat, let alone the horses, you know, that used to drag the bloody canal boats? So you imagine the money there. Where did the money come from? Again, I'll show you where the money comes from, yeah? Because that's all to do with bonds and funny handshakes, and goes back to their slavery, is what I believe. Anyway, we'll see. And you must have heard about the kids in British wartime. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. Great way to isolate them from their parents, ship them all about the country. Those that did, when the parents died during the war, whether they got bombed on purpose, yeah, because remember it was a Masonic war. Germans were the squares, we were the compass, yeah. So they knew everyone where, if it was planned strategic attacks, yeah, to get certain children, yeah, why not? Do you know what I mean? Bomb this area here, you kill the parents, the children are already gone, yeah. Do you see what I mean? And they'll go on there, you know, and they're dispersed and they're gone, you know what I mean? That's it. Where are you going to do? Where are they? Who's tracking them? You think you could track them? No, no one tracked them. Do you know what I mean? No one had any questions. They know this. And even here, look, it looks like, yeah, where, you know, the magazine Waterways World, yeah, insisted the old barges were not Romany at all. Because again, is that the Masonic shush up, you know, because someone will connect the dots about what's going on, you know, what do I know? But read each piece. I'll just, obviously you can just pause the video and then read each piece until, you know, because it all comes together, trust me, watch. I mean, what else sort were they transporting? You know, we know what goes on in the big tankers. You know, the tankers and all of the rest of it. What's got stopped? Well, that's the same one, isn't it? Oh no, there you go. You see here, look, this guy, yeah, I can trace 3 legs of my boating ancestry back to the 1700s, yeah, okay. Now remember, pirates, yeah, you know, that stole all the gold, that were Knights Templars, yeah, that just appeared from nowhere, yeah, all these pirates, yeah, that were Knights Templars and stole all the gold and worked for the British or worked for the Spanish, blah, 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 but basically just worked for Freemasonry. Yeah, on all sides. But here it is again, look. And here we go again, look, the guilds, yeah. Remember, the guilds, yeah, is an important thing in my research. Again, it comes up all the time, these special guilds, yeah. Right, and you're going to see it a bit later on in here. The guilds, remember the guilds, yeah. That's important because of their skill, okay. Right, and then obviously I'm not 100% sure what goes on here myself, do you know what I mean? Like I said, I just connect the dots together and hopefully other people will go, oh, and then they recognise what's going on or are better researchers than I am and can put the whole story together. Do you see what I mean? What's been hidden from the real profane people that have no clue of what's going on, of the real history that dates back centuries and decades. Do you see what I mean? But this is what it's about. It's about the guilds. They used a secret language. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And it's the Egypt and all the, you know, where it goes back. I don't know if I can shut that. Yeah, oh no, I can't. That's actually on there. So here we go. Again, just pause it to read it at your leisures. But this is the language the Freemasons use.
About her dad here, go watch the video and you'll learn a lot anyway about how the paedophiles work and how they get them on ships or canal boats. Now, because this guy had 3 ballast tanks hidden in his garden, yeah, it came.
Now here we go again, yeah. Now it's not just about dry docks, okay, and dry berths. Now believe me, there's difference between dry docking and dry berths, okay. There's also a big difference between, and I can't remember what the words are, but as you get on, obviously you'll listen to it and hopefully you'll know what I'm trying to get at and then put the dots together, yeah. But now this is about ballast tanks, okay. where people say you get a tank, okay, you bury it in your garden, it becomes a ballast tank, yeah. Your house is in dry dock, so basically what you can do, and then tunnel to anywhere else you want, yeah. Do you know what I mean? Or as a property, it becomes a dry ballast tank or something like that, yeah. But anyway, listen to what goes on, and then you'll get what I'm getting at, okay? But that's not me. These are the laws they make, yeah. Nothing to do with me. Yeah, but this is what the Freemasons are using, yeah? And they've got these tunnels that go all around the place, and there's lawless places. So when the police are called to a certain address, they can't do nothing. And this is why I think sometimes when you see some places gets, like, raided, yeah, they have, what they call them, the bloody, the ones that deal with the sea, like the, oh, God. I always got mad things going around my head and I forget stuff. What they call, like they do the international sea laws or whatever they're called, customs and excise, I think some of that, and there's another group, I can't remember who they are, they raid the place rather than the police, because that building or that particular place is actually dry docked or dry berthed and has ballast tanks or whatever's going on. But listen anyway, listen. Under sea laws, listen.
People need to understand that.
Right, let me start it from the beginning.
About her dad here, go watch the video and you'll learn a lot anyway about how the paedophiles work and how they get them on ships
or dry dock, yeah. This is a Freemason. She's going on about Freemasons, do you know what I mean, yeah? And her father was a Freemason, right? And she's explained it to you, but you can go watch the video anyway. I know where the children are buried, but listen to where she goes on about how they make houses dry docked and put ballast tanks. Listen.
Canal boats. Now, because this guy had 3 ballast tanks hidden in his garden, yeah, it came under sea laws. Listen.
People need to understand that under maritime law, how would I describe it? Involving yourself with a child in a very inappropriate way is not considered illegal, even if the ship is in dry dock. So you can go off on a ship and do this. So what people do is they either do the abuse in canals, in boats on canals, which are right in the suburban areas, or they'll actually create ship references within the building that they're in to still be covered by that. So you'll often see port windows in properties where children are being trafficked. He had these 3 ballast tanks. I don't want to tell you too much about what was going on under there, but it wasn't pretty. There was filming. He was, I'll be showing a document in a minute, but he...
Did you hear that? I'll listen again. There was portholes on the building. Now, the buildings, again, yeah, right? You can have... The building can be dry, yeah. What is it again? I can't remember now. It's basically, if it's a building on land, yeah, and you've got ballast tanks, you empty the ballast tanks, you can use that as a dry dock or a dry berth. I'm getting confused now, but that's what they do, yeah. That becomes under sea laws or whatever, or international sea laws even, yeah. So you basically turn it into like a consulate, where they're under diplomatic immunity, let's put it that way, yeah. So listen again what she says about the portholes, the ballast tanks and everything else. Listen.
In boats on canals, which are right in the suburban areas, or they'll actually create ship references within the building that they're in to still be covered by that. So you'll often see port windows in properties where children are being trafficked. He had these 3 ballast tanks. I don't want to tell you too much about what was going on under there, but it wasn't pretty. There was filming. He was... I'll be showing a document in a minute, but he was considered to work for Channel 9 Studios, and I was abused in relation to that as well.
Now, you look, right, at the amount of houses that have portholes, yeah, which I've only just noticed. I've only just found this out. Obviously, this is coming from other research, because if you look who controlled, like if you go to John Wedger, when he was doing the canal boats, yeah, and there's certain families on there that are G travellers, right? Because I said it's like you got boat people, you got land people, you know what I mean? And they're all G travellers, Knights Templars. or whatever, but it's their navy. You see what I mean? They got landmen, navy, then they got their air force. You know what I mean? Like I said, they have travel lodges, blah blah blah. But it's all in my other videos. But this is the connection, yeah, of those who were doing paedophilia down in London. Do you know what I mean? On the canal boats. Do you know what I mean? But if you do notice, there is a lot of houses with portholes. So maybe we should be looking at the houses with portholes, because they're under sea laws. What do you think, my profane friends? What do you think?
And now you'll understand. In the first little bit of the video, I was showing you houses with portholes, yeah? I'm going to show you a lot more. I've only just scratched the surface. The amount of portholes in this town is unreal. How many you've got in your own towns, I don't know. But since I found all this out, obviously it's not all my, it's coming from other people's research. That's what I do, but I always put the dots together. You know what I mean? And I think, yeah, that's past it, this is where it goes. But if I just go, right, so I've gone today, he's now going to talk about it again, yeah, so we'll just go to what John Major. But let me just give you another idea of the portholes. As you can see, look, here, look. We'll go through these anyway, yeah. Can you see the portholes, look, within the square? You see them? Oh, see, portholes. Plenty of pyramids, of course, you know what I mean? Porthole. Look, you can see it's a porthole, look. See? Still got the bloody clips on it. Do you see what I'm saying? But all these houses, yeah, that have all these portholes. But anyway, let's go back just so you know, or you know exactly where I'm typing on. But there's a lot more to this story. Listen. Oh, right there.
The sex offenders, they started to.
Right,
so what they started to do, the sex offenders, they started to use the waterway network. So if you've got a canal boat, you can move about and not get caught.
Like, this is a whole world.
Yeah.
No one knows about.
No one knows about.
The
right?
waterway sex offender.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, I got the law changed. So in my career, I've had the law changed 3 times. And they said, look, get out there, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. We've heard that there's 2 files in London that are living on canal boats. Your job is to, however you want to do it, you just do it. Whatever you need, the Scotland Yard's paedophile unit will cover it. So I said, I was rubbish at paperwork. So they said, well, what do you want? I said, can I have a secretary? So they went, yeah. So they gave me my own secretary, who was brilliant. She did all my paperwork for me, everything. And I said, can I have a push bike? So I went, yeah. They gave me a push bike. And I decided to patrol the waterways of London. And my target was to find another 2 sex offenders within a month. Within that first month, I found 90.
Wait, say that again.
90 in a month.
90. What a number. You see what I mean? But we're not just talking about the canal boats. We're talking about the houseboats. Do you know what I mean? Or the ones that are in dry dock, on land, within towns and cities, yeah? Or on the edge of, on the edge of rivers or whatever, yeah, that have this porthole, and there's plenty about outside of my town as well, because I've already looked and checked, and you'll see in the pictures. But how many of these are above the law? But it's not just, you see, when I get into it, and I'll just skip to the next video where I show you, it's not just houses or boats that can be in dry dock or dry berth. Cars can be in dry dock and dry berth. Can you believe that? Cars, yeah? So what about that? When they're going, so when the policeman stops a car and he go, ooh, and I don't know what the words are or whatever, but I'll show you someone who's actually doing it. He gets stopped and he's put his car into dry dock or dry berth or whatever it is, yeah? How many of these freakmasons are doing that? And they already know the cars or whatever anyway, so they're untouchable. Anyway, let's get on with the video.
Target was 2. Find 2 in a month. I found 90.
Whoa.
And they were concentrated in clusters. And I couldn't work out why. A guy had written a book about sex offenders and their transient nature. And he was based in Cambridgeshire. And he was a policeman, and I went to see him. And I said, why has Cambridge got so many pedophiles, especially Peterborough? And he went, do you have any understanding of geographical profiling? I went, no. He said, well, look into it and come back and see me. So I went and read a book on geographical profiling. And it's all to do with patterns. that we do as human beings. There's always more than one reason, but the geographical side as well as the emotional side of a sex offender, which I'll cover in a minute because it's quite important. I'll cover that. And Peterborough is exactly 4 hours from Dover, and that might mean nothing, but the A1 is an ancient sort of road, you know, the old Roman arterial routes, and the A1 is the gateway to the north. So any commercial vehicle coming from Dover has to stop within 4 hours, right? And it stops usually in Peterborough because that's the 4 hour truck stop. And if there's anyone illegal getting on the lorries and things like that, they'd hide in the lorry, and when it stopped, that's when they'd get out and do a runner. So Peterborough had the most diverse criminal community in the country. From all over the world. They couldn't work out, and this guy sussed it. So I said, well, why am I getting all these sex offenders on these canal boats? And he said, get a map and just look at what you've got and look at the law. So the law states in the policing district where you reside. But London was different. London's policing is in boroughs. A sex offender in London doesn't have 28 days on the 27th day leave London. On day 27, he can move to Camden. And it starts again. Now, I think there's 27 boroughs in London. So it's 27 policing districts. And so I get this map and I lay it down, and then I look at the canals, and it was fascinating. I found that the borough division, it was what they call riparian. It was along waterway networks. The canals are so old that they formulated parish boundaries, which went on to become borough boundaries. So canals actually became a boundary. The River Thames is a boundary. You cross the Thames from north to south. You'll go from Westminster into Southwark, and there's the answer. But on certain junctures where you might have, like the River Lee meets the Grand Union Canal, you've got in certain places these marinas with 3 boroughs meeting. She'll have Waltham Forest, Hackney, and I don't know, there's another one, can't remember.
Yeah.
But they converge there, and there's a marina. So if I'm in a canal boat, which is livable, it was classed as alternative back then, a bit of a hippie type thing. They all liked a little bit of cannabis, so anyone who smoked a joint, but quite a middle class movement as well because of
Was
that.
it?
Yeah, and there was a naivety that went with that. So anyone who smoked a joint, they sort of accepted as one of their own, you know, and it was bizarre. My friend was an undercover officer, and he said the easiest people to infiltrate are the New Age travellers because of the middle class. They are just so naive, whereas they can't infiltrate the travelling community. It's impossible. They're so tight that it's a difficult one, you know. So but it's not. So it was an alternate way of living back then, and it was a cheap way of living. So I could be on this marina on one bank now, and on my 27th day, just move my boat across, literally meters, I'm in another. At the same time, what I didn't realise was that the BBC brought out a programme called Rosie and Jim about 2 ragdolls that lived on a canal boat. They're called Rosie and Jim. It's if you Google it, it's quite it's synonymous, you know, with the kids of like the 90s and the 80s. It's Rosie and Jim, and it was all about these 2 little dolls that lived on this canal boat, and they went up and down. So they become like a bit of the kids' culture was that canal boats are nice, they're nice people that live on there.
God.
And I started finding that some of these boats would have these little rag dolls in there, or it might have a Barbie doll or an Action Man. I'm thinking, what's going on there? And the police put me in touch with a guy, and he was a profiler. And he said, yeah, they're called indicators. You've got to know about indicators. The Action Man will mean that he's into boys. The Barbie doll means girls. Go and get a warrant and search that boat.
Shit.
And I went, oh, well, I've got no evidence. He said, I've just given you the evidence. He said, there's not a judge in this country who will go against you. Go and get a warrant. Anyway, went and got a warrant, searched the boat. Sure enough, bloke's file.
And what have you found there?
But
Typically.
it was a sex offender. But
How did you find that?
because he had this little action man doll in his window of his boat. It was based purely on that.
No, but once you got in and what was the proof of that? Did he have a computer with a hard drive?
No. His name revealed that he was a wanted sex offender.
Oh, I see.
And he'd evaded the register because he's on the canal boat.
Doing the whole moving around.
And
right.
then we found clusters of them. So there were. And then what you'd find also is because of this new age community that built up around this, a bit like when they had the new age travellers, but they built up on the waterways. One of the guys on there was running a babysitting service for these sort of new age crusty types, and they were letting him look after their kids while they went out raving.
Idiots.
Yeah, and it was, I just couldn't believe it. I was like, what? And I very quickly, in a matter of months, become what they call the SPOC, the single point of contact for anyone tracking down a sex offender on a canal. And I had such a network of informants and knowledge, because I just would cycle the canals, and I would stop at every boat, and I told them that, what are your crime concerns? And they'd say, we're worried about kids throwing stones. So that was what the boating community were worried about. Their main thing, kids threw stones at them or nicked their push bike. So I said, right, okay, well, I'll deal with that. So I'd get a team of officers together and we'd go and catch these kids throwing stones and try and catch people who nick their bikes and set up a bike marking scheme. I had no interest in that at all. But in doing so, I said, right, we need a little communication between each other. So if you can give me your names and your date of birth, I'll put you on my database and I will update you. I knew that these people were pedophiles, right? But there is no legal requirement to register a boat under your name. So no one knew who these people were, right?
You see what I mean? And this is what they do. You just don't know. They change their names, they change their uniforms, they change the way they dress, yeah? And that's what it's all about, the costume. And under them costumes, yeah, they just hide their Masonic apron. And the big question that is never asked when people are arrested, major crime, whatever it is are you a member of the Masonic Lodge? Do you know what I mean? And then you'll start getting a picture, you know. And again, that parish, yeah, like I said, you've got your normal council and then you've got your parish council. Yeah, these properties or these areas that they designate to each Freemason section. You know, like here, it's Shrublands. Then you've got Magdalen Estate. Do you see what I mean? All these different things, yeah, what are parishes, yeah? And they have a certain amount of Freemasons that look at each parish. Do you see what I mean? Or estate or whatever you want to call it. Do you know what I mean? And it all goes on importance up the ladder, how posh you are and how well-to-do you are. Do you know what I mean? Because that's what they do. They just keep themselves busy because they're little busy bees, ants, you know, flea masons. And this is what it's all about. But all this thing here, all these different ways and techniques, yeah, right, of crossing little rivers or just crossing the road or whatever, yeah, put some, even on a ley line, whatever that, you know, whatever that is to do with them. But this is how they hide and secrete themselves amongst themselves within your community. They just hide their Masonic aprons, do you know what I mean? And like I said, they got loads of different types of things that are in dry berth, dry dock, hidden bloody them tanks, I forgot what they are now, ballast tanks and things like that. They've got it all hidden, you know, and they've got stashes, you know, if I just went food, do you know what I mean? That's for when, if there's anything break out, the Freemasons make sure they've got their storage and their food. Do you see what I mean? And this is what it's all about, yeah? But they've been doing this hundreds of years. They got, you know, they've got everything in place, you know. If there's enough food and water and everything else to look after the Masonic families within your towns and cities, yeah? That includes drugs, medicine, room to sleep and hide, yeah, guaranteed. You know, like I said, when they were bombing London, yeah, the peasants were outside. They weren't even allowed down into the frickin', you know, into the underground. Do you know what I mean? They weren't even allowed into the underground. That's how crazy it is, yeah. And the government going, no, you're not allowed in the underground. The reason they weren't allowed in the underground is because during them times, that's when they were shipping or running extra trains, yeah, you know, with all the children or whatever else they were doing, what was naughty at a particular time, you know. But anyway, that's another story. Let's carry on.
They were totally out of society. So in catching kids throwing stones and finding bikes that had been chucked in canals, recovering it for them, I built up their trust, which I smashed in a heartbeat. Because as soon as I got their details, put it through the system, ping. Honestly, it was like lights going up everywhere. Ping, 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 ping.
Wow.
Suspense. Yeah, and it got so big. And then what happened was that the information started going up higher. I started then realising that some of these sex offenders had boats that could actually cross open water, such as Dutch barges, and they were actually openly going out to places like Holland and Belgium on these boats. Others had bigger seagoing vessels which were going out to Jersey, out to the Ascension Islands, place like that, and the Falkland Islands, and they were active paedophiles, and no one was catching them. And I started catching them, and this info was coming on from everywhere.
And that's when he got shushed up. Do you know what I mean? But that's what I mean. In just about the islands, it's the land in between, or the waterways in between, as you'll see later. You know, because there's international waters, isn't there? And there's that what do they call it? No man's land, is it? You know, where there's no laws or something. Again, I don't know too much about it, but let's carry on, my profane friends. You know me, I didn't like to brag. Oh yeah, this is how I captured 19 predators on London's canals. So you can go watch the video there, the full, you know, obviously the full video. Canal boat case, yeah. And I'll leave that and you can read that at yourself. And that's the right up on it. Here we go again.
2006.
Yeah.
You were told to stop investigating the cases of over 50 children.
Well, it was more aggressive and coarse than that. I was told that if I continued to look into it or revealed my findings as one of 2 officers that was dedicated to looking for children involved in what we call a crime of prostitution. I'm not endorsing the term, I'm just saying it was. When I put my findings on an intelligence report and they were submitted to a senior officer, I was told that if I continued on my path, I would lose my home, my job and my children. What I had exposed would F the Metropolitan Police, past, present and future. I cannot and will not allow this out, that's what I was told. And I was told that there was nowhere for me to go. And if I classed the attitude of the officer as bullying, he told me that he would not betray fellow rank, nor would they.
And that's what it's all about. The Freakmasons, because that's why who shushes it up, do you see what I mean? And so when you're reporting crime and this, that and the other, when it's against the Brotherhood, they're shushing it up. Do you know what I mean? They'll stalk you, they'll harass you, do you know what I mean? They'll intimidate you, and the people they'll send after you are their little criminals that work within the town who have no arrests or nothing. They got clean records, yeah, but they've dealt drugs for centuries and decades within your town, yeah. But they, for some unknown reason, every Freakmason policeman, yeah, or high-ranking authority that should be arresting these families, because that's what it is, it's families, yeah, that are lords, dukes and earls, and they look after each other, yeah, because if you did, all your industry within your town would be collapsing anyway, do you know what I mean? Because all the money and the proceeds of crime, blah, 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 would all be, do you know what I mean? They would be, everything would be gone, do you know what I mean? Because that is the crime syndicate, these families that run all these well-established businesses, yeah, would all be gone and collapsed, do you know what I mean? And gone into liquidation. This is why. And they're all being blackmailed. All them top levels are all being blackmailed, you know? But that's another story, my profane friends. Hey. Again, this is the other one, you know what I mean? But look who he's sitting with, yeah? I can't remember his name now, bloody hell. But anyway, that doesn't matter. That's Dave Courtney's sidekick.
Listen to this, my profane friends. Listen to this. Signs and symbols. But the most important symbol here is the fleur de pis.
There was also guys that set themselves up, again, in the shadow of the Rosie and Jim programme.
Yeah.
Right, the kids started thinking, oh, canal boats, little Jim. They were buying these Rosie and Jim dolls and sticking them in their boats. And it was something paedophiles do. It's all about symbols. You look for signs and symbols. So one would be Action Men and Barbie dolls, and it would indicate what they got and what they're into. Right? Some would put the fleur de lis of the Boy Scouts, because Boy Scouts apparently are told, and with this badge, it's refuge, right? So you can go there and you
wow, it's mad, isn't it?
So it was, and no one knew who they were, right? In amongst that, there was this legitimate community that was building.
But you will hear this in my video. But do you know what I mean? You'll know soon enough in my video. Have a great day, Sugar Puffs.
And that was when I was first getting onto it, this was. But the fleur de pisse, yeah? Again, another Masonic symbolism, symbol, yeah? So, again, to do with Boy Scouts. And if you look into my video, Masonic Increasing Army Part 8, yeah? Just look up Masonic Increasing Army Part 8, yeah? You'll see how all the Scouts of America, yeah? All the leaders of the Boy Scouts, yeah? Were all Freemasons, yeah? That was sleeping and bum stretching all the kids. And over 800,000 of them kids are now took them Freemasons. Obviously, the Freemasons are not being mentioned, because I proved that in the end of the video again. You know, in the video, I show you where all the Scoutmasters are taking the kids to the Masonic Lodge, you know, for how proud they are. The kids are all there, you know, we're taking photographs in our Masonic aprons with all the Scoutmasters and all the rest of it. But as soon as they started speaking out, and over 800,000, yeah, and you got to imagine that's right across America, all these Scoutmasters, there weren't not one mention of Freemasonry. Do you know what I mean? Not one. But that's the question that should have been asked. How many of these Scoutmasters, and maybe we could do an FOI on it, you know what I mean, anyone in America, how many Scoutmasters were actually Freemasons at that particular time when the abuse was going on? Do you know what I mean? Which is in my, as I said, my Masonic Increasing Army, part 7 or 8 it is, I can't remember, but there's a fleur de pisse on it, you know, as a logo, and you'll soon see it, yeah? But that there, again, we're seeing that same, again, we're on the front of this video, yeah? It's the repetition and the repetition of the repetition, because people who are into crime, yeah, again, it's that connectivity, yeah. Like I said, a burglar will always burgle, yeah, right? A robber will always rob. Do you see what I mean? A robber won't, you know, he ain't going to go burgle a house. Do you know what I mean? He ain't going to do that, yeah. He's going to go rob a bank, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? That's same as a nonce will always nonce a child, because that's what they do, yeah. He isn't going to go out and rob a bank. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, but they're habitual in what they do. Yeah, like most nonces, where do they go? Where do you go? Where's your, what do they call it? Your hunting ground, yeah? Where's your hunting ground? Well, it'd be where the kids are, yeah? Where there's a lot of kids, the nonces like to play, you know, leadership roles within the community. Do you know what I mean? So, and again, you know, Scoutmasters, Cubmasters, there's lots of sort of, you know, groups that have a man in charge that is potentially shouldn't be in charge of any kids. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, but that's another story. But, you know, hunting grounds for paedophiles, you know, they ain't going to go to a rugby club, even though we've got some gang stalkers in the local Broadland rugby club here. Got him on camera, but anyway, that's another story, and I've spoke about him before anyway, pervert. But yeah, do you know what I mean? That was on Marine Parade, but he's another story. But the point of the matter and who he's connected to, do you know what I mean? You see, it's always that same connection, you see what I mean? That's what it's all about, the connection, yeah, and the habituality of criminals that never fucking changes. If it works, they keep on doing it, you know? If I got a bit of paper, right, and just drew a head on it, yeah, a silly little head, yeah, put £1,000 on there, took it in the bank, and that worked, and they give me £1,000, I'm going to hit every bank doing that, and keep doing till I'm caught, yeah? Right? And if it still works, you're still going to carry on. Do you know what I mean? People are going to carry on doing that, yeah? It's only till you beat that system, yeah? And you may beat it in one town, but it works in fucking 250,000 other towns. Why are we going to change the system? Do you see what I mean, yeah? You know what I mean? You may have caught us in France, you know what I mean? You may have caught us in P2 Italy. And what was the other one? Ukraine, I can't remember. I've done a post on it anyway. But to get caught in each and every other, in every country, you know, the Masonic lodges for murder, criminality, bombing people, all sorts of stuff, assassination attempts, blah, blah, blah. But do people put the two and two together in their own towns, within their own communities? No, because they keep us thinking about, oh, you got to worry about what Trump, he just got assassinated again, yeah? But if you look at it, yeah, someone else was removed first. I'll show you, I've got it in a video, but yeah, let's carry on anyway.
One of the things final thing I wanted to ask you, John, is one of the most sort of horrific type of people that you find are people on canal boats. Is that right?
No, this is...
Now, again, this is 25 minutes long. I'm going to let it play, yeah? And then, obviously, because it is to do with the canal boats, then I'm getting to the houses where it's dry dock. Let me just go back. So we are getting up there. It's close to it, yeah, and I think we're now coming into it where it gets into the dry dock. And obviously where I go around and I show you the houses.
Would you call them portholes? I mean, I call that a porthole. Pyramid, you know what I mean? We could go more into it, but what do I know?
You see, and we get into the portholes that are on the houses, and are they in dry dock? I don't know, you tell me, my profane friends. But there's a lot more to it, yeah? Like I said, we haven't got to some of the good bits yet. Oh, yes. Right, so we've done all these, look, we've gone all through these, yep. Yeah, and we've got up to there, we're right there, okay? So let me just show you this video here then, okay? Watch this one, this is how they do cars, watch.
Been stopped for a registration license check.
There you go.
What's this?
You're being served.
Being served?
Yeah, you're being served.
Served with what?
A document of mine for any unlawful detainment, and starting from the clock now, my name's, I go by the name of Grant Warren Hudson. I have a power of attorney over my birth certificate.
Buddy, do you have a driver's license on you?
I do.
Yep. I'll grab that off you. Is it your vehicle?
It is my vehicle, I own it.
Yep, registered to yourself?
Yep.
Yep.
Under UCC law. I own this vehicle, you guys don't own it. It's not under Queensland Transport, it's under international law. This vessel is in dry dock, and it is absolutely clear. So right now, the clock is currently ticking. I'm served them with a document.
Did you hear that? It was in dry dock, yeah? Do you see what I'm saying? So, if that car is unsearchable, right, yeah, what has he got in the boot? A child? Drugs? Guns? Do you see what I mean? How much of these laws do these Freemasons actually use on a day-to-day basis? Because they know and they're trained, because it works for them. It works.
$10,000 per hour.
Listen.
Queensland Transport's under international law. This vessel...
That's the one, you see, international law. And when they put these ballast tanks in under their ground, yeah, or they put their houses are under international laws, you know, blah blah blah. That's why I'm most suspicious when, like I said, the Interpol go in, or whoever, you know, you got these people when they raid a house or whatever. You think, well, why is Interpol into it for? Do you know what I mean? Maybe they've got to do that because it's in dry dock. I don't know. What do I know? But listen again. Listen, it's international laws and all the rest of it.
I do.
Yep. I'll grab that off you. Is it your vehicle?
It is my vehicle, I own it.
Yep, registered to yourself?
Yep.
Yep.
Under UCC law. I own this vehicle, you guys don't own it. It's not under Queensland Transport, it's under international law. This vessel is in dry dock, and it is absolutely clear. So right now, the clock is currently ticking. I'm served them with a document. We're at $10,000 per hour. So we just sit here and we wait it out. The clock's currently ticking.
See, and there you go. And if they're playing these games, yeah, because that's what they're trained to do. And when a policeman pulls up, they're already been, you know, they're all sat there, 150 traffic officers or whatever the frick it is, yeah. They say, if anyone pulls this document on you, don't bother with it because they're under international law. And they're being told, yeah, that's what they have to do, just walk away, yeah, and that is part of their government, you know, whatever. They're going to do that, you see what I mean? Because the chief, with his badge, yeah, with his big, you know, with his big stars or whatever on his collars, yeah, who's hiding his Masonic apron, all his underlings are going to believe him. Do you see what I mean? Because he's an authority and he's got the uniform that people should believe. Do you see what I mean? And this is what it's all about. They hide the Masonic apron, but people keep believing the uniforms. Like I said, you believe your doctor because he wears a white coat. You see what I mean? You trust the policeman because they wear that uniform and that checkerboard hat. Do you see what I mean? But no, why? Why would you check? Why would you trust a doctor? Let's look at doctors in the past, Mr. Kipping or whoever. Do you know what I mean? You know, Jack the Kipper or whatever. You know what I mean? All them different doctors. You know, even Lucy Letby, you know, there's a big conspiracy around that. But all them doctors and nurses, are you supposed to trust them? No. Why should you? Just because they got a uniform on? No one's trustable. Yeah. Should you trust Trump? No, because he wears a uniform, yeah, of a nice suit. He still wears a Masonic apron underneath, and he's got himself a heraldry, you know, where he comes from, and he's linked to them families that'll never, ever allow you to take power from them. Do you see what I mean? They run you all. But anyway, that's another story. But did you see what I mean? If he can put his car under international law
license check.
and in dry dock, look.
There you go.
What's this?
You're being served.
Being served?
Yeah, you're being served.
Served with what?
A document of mine for any unlawful detainment, and starting from the clock now, my name's, I go by the name of Grant Warren Hudson. I have a power of attorney over my birth certificate.
Buddy, do you have a driver's license on you?
I do.
Yep. I'll grab that off here. Is it your vehicle?
It is my vehicle, I own it.
Yep, registered to yourself?
Yep.
Yep.
Under UCC law. I own this vehicle, you guys don't own it. It's not under Queensland Transport, it's under international law. This vessel is in dry dock, and it is absolutely clear. So right now, the clock is currently ticking. I'm served them with a document. We're at 10 days.
See, so he's still sitting there, he's waiting, and she's more likely ringing the chief up and going, oh, I've got this geezer here, I don't know what the fuck's going on, and he's going to go, well, we don't want to keep paying all this money, let him go, he's crazy, or mental, or whatever the hell it is, but let him go. Do you see what I mean? And that's what they'll do, they'll let him go, regardless if he's got drugs, guns, or whatever in the car. Do you see what I mean? Because he come under international, he's under international laws. Do you see what I mean? It's just madness. But they do this on dry land as well, you know, like with the houses, their houses with the portholes, you see. So anyway, let's go back down to the video. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, when you find out all this truth, again, this is to do with like my gang stalking. Yeah. So we'll listen to this woman about gang stalking. Listen.
Is your community members and your organized community harassment is your community members in your neighborhood watch program following and monitoring you. Community members are often led to believe that they are providing protection and safety into their communities, but this is actually a disguise just to hide the true nature of what is actually going on. If you've been put on a watch list, you are subject to severe organized community harassment. Once you've been put on this watch list, this notification goes out to all police departments, everyone in your community, EMTs, any establishment, any local business, to your friends, to your family. The program will lie about you and take parts of your life and twist the narrative, twist the stories around. They will manipulate situations and flat out lie just to make you look as bad as possible, to make their actions more justifiable. You basically become up for grabs for any toxic community member to come up against you and harm you, whether that's physically, mentally, psychologically, or emotionally. The entire program hides under the guise that it is helping other people, when this is in fact not the case. What this actually is harassment, stalking, illegal 24/7 surveillance. You have no privacy in your own home. You have no privacy anywhere you go. You are followed everywhere you go. You are constantly being harassed in every type of way. And this also leads into break-ins into your home, property damage, and interference with your jobs, food tampering. You will be followed everywhere you go. Whether you're going to the grocery store, whether you're going to the doctor's office, whether you're going to work. It doesn't matter. They're going to follow you everywhere. And they want to make their presence known to you to make you feel as uncomfortable and fearful as possible. They will have people in this program that they paid to act, essentially. They're like bad actors. And they set up these street theater situations everywhere you go. And sometimes they will try to set you up and entrap you in these situations as well. These people are paid to participate, and they have signed NDA, non-disclosure agreements, in order for this to stay silent and for them to not discuss what they are doing to you. The process of them completely dismantling your life, destroying everything you care about, taking away your opportunities. They will also turn your family and friends against you. They will do things like sleep deprive you, constantly be slamming doors outside your house, slamming their car doors.
The difference is what I've done, yeah, they've tried to do everything they could to destroy my life, all through my life, yeah, okay. But what I've done is let them build their little empires, yeah, and kept a track on them and what they've done. And I can bring down their little empires at any point I want. Yeah, some of them, it won't affect at all, do you know what I mean? But some of them, the proud little owners in this town, the businessmen, it'll really hurt them where it hurts, do you know what I mean? And that's the difference. I've allowed them to do what they need to be done, and I've used their own tools against them, like their little recorders, like their little cameras and everything else, do you know what I mean? So there you go.
Making it known that they're there. They will actively try and prevent you from earning income, and they will do this by going around to any potential job you may be interested in and lying about you, and creating some idea that you might be a threat to society. The idea is to isolate you as much as possible. Some of the tactics they use are community mobbing. So they'll have several people following you at the same time, several different cars following you, several different people honking their horns at you, or slamming car doors. The truth is, everyone that is participating in the organized harassment is either compensated to do so, bribed, or forced.
Oh, I'm just making a lens zip. I am here. But these people, remember, they're disgusting, yeah? And when they get into your life, as they do, they think it's all a laugh. They run around, they think it's funny, you know what I mean? But the thing is, I know who they are, what they are, and they just don't know what I've got and what I've done. You know what I mean? And I can wipe the smiles off many of their faces. Anyway, that's another story, my profane friends. I don't want to get myself arrested, of course. And like I said, there's no evidence here for anything that I've done, criminal or otherwise. But, like, let's put it this way, 2 nights ago, 3 nights ago, I don't know. You know what I mean? Actually, I could get the video up. Sorry, I'm just making a lem zip. There was a geezer with a bald head, yeah, with a gun, slamming it into a fucking, like, hold all, do you know what I mean, with a bald head running off. Yeah, I got out of my car. In fact, I'll show you the video. Not of the geezer, I've got us a different video. How do I do this? I think it was camera. Yeah, listen. Is this the one? Right there. Yeah. What's this? Listen.
Shaney owes me £50.
Oh, no, not that one. Right there. There's another one. Wait a minute. Where the hell is it? Oh, baby, I've moved it. Where did I put it? To Gangstalkers. Wait there. Masonic Gangstalkers. I moved so many videos. Oh, baby. I mean, look at this. You wouldn't even believe it. You know what I mean? The amount of people. Wait a minute. Where is it? I might have to show you. See the videos when I put them into certain folders. Actually, I think it's this one. Wait a minute. Oh, can I show you it though? I think it's this one. Right there. See this somewhere. I just got to look for the black video. 2 seconds. And I should have it. I did put it in here. I'm sure I did. Because I got out the bloody car. Yeah, I ain't got the video. I don't know where it is. I've moved it to somewhere. Oh, baby, I'm gutted. I got it anyway, but it's just knowing where it is. Do you know what I mean? Did I put it in Masonic Gangs? 2 secs. See, it's all to do with gang stalking. You wouldn't believe half of this stuff I got here. It's all to do with gang stalking. You know what I mean? Right there. Now, you wouldn't believe it, how many centuries and decades these people go back in your towns and cities. I don't know where it is. I don't know where I put it. No, too late. I don't know where it is. Just at the top of here. Sheep shaggers. You know what I mean? Let's have a look. Not this. Right, it's got to be just out of this lot here. Yeah, is this the one? Let's listen.
He owes me 50.
Right, no, that's the £50. Is this the one? Nope. It was only 2 nights ago. Where did I move it to, man? You know what I mean? The the geezer was like, boof. They've got all this Freemasonry, do you know what I mean? You won't believe it, you won't believe it. See all these portholes. Is this the one? Listen.
Got a gun there or what? He's like fucking...
Yeah, this is... I'll get out the car anyway after the geezer. You know what I mean? Obviously, my car camera gets him. Do you know what I mean? But as a bald man putting a gun inside a satchel, I think he was waiting for me. Do you know what I mean? But again, that was either a show, like theatre, or not. But I got out the car to see what he was up to. If he wanted to shoot me, he could have done. Do you know what I mean? Or we'd have had a wrestle for the gun. I don't know. But listen.
And half a geezer's got a gun there or what? He's like fucking bald-headed. Fucking... Well, I don't know, I'm going to get out and ask him whether he's fucking going to shoot me or not. I don't know, we'll see.
And obviously I'm now walking to where the geezer is, behind this bin, you know, like a bin. But when I got there, he'd actually crouched down and run through the car park and gone. He disappeared, funny enough.
Well, he was ruffling in a black bag. Whether he had a gun or not, I don't know. Again, it could be just one of them theatre things, you know? Do you know what I mean? It's quite late, it's like 2:13. But again, I've had that a couple of times, you know, where someone's like pretending to cock a gun or something like that, you know what I mean? But he was in a bag, I don't know what he was fucking doing. He was certainly up to no good, that's the main thing. At 2:15. And we'll see. Alright, have a great day.
And the reason I left, obviously, I left the bag in the phone in the car. Yeah, it's because if he had shot me, the camera would have picked that up, obviously. Yeah, but also he'd have had to come to the car and put himself on that camera in the car, and that's more time spent where people could look out and watch him or see him or whatever. Do you know what I mean? But that's why I left the camera in the car rather than get out and film, because then he'd have just picked the camera up off the floor, which I didn't want. I wanted him to come to the car, so the camera on the car would have caught him out, because he didn't have any mask on. That's how stupid he was anyway. Whether he was an assassin or not, I don't know. But again, you know, that video evidence is gone and hid up and put where everything else is. Do you know what I mean? For future reference. And he'll have to answer the questions, won't he? But yeah, that's the sort of mad life I lead. But yeah, there you go. Right, anyway, Masonic canals. Let's go back to here, right? And I still haven't got to the main point, you know. Like I said, let's go back down. Like I said, I do jump about a bit. You know me, I don't like to brag about it, but I do jump about. So here we are. I think it's just 30 minutes, this video. John Wedger again. Again, it's giving up more of that story of the canal boats, yeah? And then I'll get more into where they're in berth or dry berth or anything like that, okay?
So the final thing I want to ask you, John, is one of the most sort of horrific type of people that you find are people on canal boats. Is that right?
No, this is
This is thanks a lot, Liam. This is like, as soon as we've invested in one. Thank you very much.
They're all dodgy, aren't they, John? They're all dodgy.
This was the weirdest. There's these certain people that look at things laterally and things like that, and they can solve crime inadvertently, you know. So how this come about, the canal thing, and this is what really sort of catapulted me into this really dark, bizarre world, and was through the canal boats. So I was on the river police, and I'm working sort of quite busy there, and I've got the kids at home, so I do this 2 12-hour days, 2 12-hour nights, 4 or 5 days off. Brilliant from home life, right? Now, what I didn't realise was that Wapping Police Station, where the river police are, oldest police station in the world, and it's classed as a port. So they have special branch there, and they have a real good intelligence unit there, right? Like an airport. And so there's this police station's got these unbelievable powers. And there's all this maritime law stuff going on with the sea and the shipping and all that. And it's quite a unique environment. And they had this little room that not many people went in. and it was manned by a sergeant, a detective sergeant, who was an expert in intelligence, and he was probably one of the shrewdest guys I ever worked with. He was just born to do that job. He was just a fantastic intelligence analyst, this guy. Little ginger-haired fella, angry little ginger guy. And he sees me one day and he bangs on the glass and he went, "Come in here." I didn't really know him, and he went, "Look, you're getting a bit busy, aren't you here?" And I went, "Yeah." He said, "How about you come and work with me?" And I went, No, I'm really happy. He went, "I know the situation with kids, I've discussed it with your inspector. I've got a job on." He said, "In fact, I'm telling you, you're working with me." He said, I said, "But what about, my own life?" He said, "Look, I'll get you back on the detectives program, because I had to drop the detectives program to go back to the uniform policing, but then I'll get you back on it." He said, "Look, there's a job come out, and it's a bit secret, and it's come from the paedophile unit." He said, I need you, simple as that. He said, "You still get your days off, you work whatever hours, in fact end up with more days off." And he said, "Look, there's intel coming from the prisons, because they just brought in the Sex Offenders Registry Act of 1997, this Sarah's Law thing, right? And the paedophiles are really worried, right? So they've got to register when they leave the NIC as a paedophile within a month, right? Or 6 weeks, that was a month, 28 days, right? And they don't want to register because they're going to come to notice and get beaten up. So they've been told by the paedophiles, get a canal boat. Right, back then in the late 90s, it was. Now the British waterways, British waterways are the biggest landowners, the wealthiest landowners in the country, right? Because the whole infrastructure of canals is so intense. It was the first line of communication.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It's incredible. I mean, the infrastructure was built in the 1700s. It's still fit for purpose to this day. It's this bizarre world. But there was this alternative community that had set themselves up in the shadow of the rising house prices and all that, had got themselves on boats and started mooring up illegally, right? Because you've got to have your cruising licence and your mooring fees, and they could be quite pricey. But there's no power to register a boat under your real name. You can use a pseudonym name, whatever. And he turned around to me and said, "Look, we've had this 2 in London. If you can get on the canals and find out if there's any more, another 2 in the next month, paedophile unit really happy." So he said, "However you want to do it." So I said, "Well, can you give me a bike?" He went, "Yeah, all right." So he gave me a bike, and because the police had provided it, I had to have a waterways licence. You meant to ride a bike on the canal, you've got to have a licence and a bell. Right, and I was the only one, I think, on the canal that had a licence and a bell. And they got me this old-fashioned bike with a bell. And I just went up the canals, just knocking on doors, right? "Who are you? What are you doing?" and all this. And most people were okay, but there was this other community that was very anti-police. They smoked a bit of weed, so they hated it. A bit middle-classy, a bit odd. And in amongst these were paedophiles who got themselves in. And they got themselves in this community because of the naivety of them. And they would do things like babysit their kids and things like that. So you've got enclaves of them. One was down in Brentford, where the Thames meets the Grand Union.
Right, yeah.
There was a big unlawful community. So they were the main ones, the unlawful ones. And there was also guys that set themselves up, again, in the shadow of the Rosie and Jim programme.
Yeah.
Right? Kids started thinking, canal boats, little Jim. They were buying these Rosie and Jim dolls and sticking them in their boats. And it was something paedophiles do. It's all about symbols. You look for signs and symbols. So one would be Action Men and Barbie dolls, and it would indicate what they got and what they're into, right? Some would put the fleur-de-lis of the Boy Scouts, because Boy Scouts apparently are told, and with this badge it's refuge, right? So you can go there and you get refuge.
It's mad, isn't it?
So it was, and no one knew who they were, right? In amongst that, there was this legitimate community that was building and building and building. And they were very good, and they worked very closely with the waterways, because then patrol officers were all ex-Old Bill back then. Used to have a little boat and they'd patrol. So I used to go along there, get the names of the boats, and some people weren't giving me their real names and things. So I think so what I said I'd do, there's these little community hubs called cruising clubs that they've got some along the canal, and they all meet in these got one at St Pancras, they've got one in Watford and all that. And they meet and they have these boaty meetings and everything else. So I decided to set myself proclaim as the home beat officer for the canals. So I've got my bike and I gave a talk saying, what are your biggest concerns? So the two concerns of the boating community are kids throwing stones and people nicking push bikes. That's all they're concerned about. So I said, right, I'll promise you now, I'll go and get these kids who are throwing stones. One of them is Listen Green, they call it Bomb Alley, the kids working on stones at the moment. So I've got a little team, we went and nicked these kids, right? And they presented it and they're like, brilliant, this guy's great. And I said, we'll go out and we'll try and find bikes and things like that. So I started finding bikes and I said, but Neil, just to do that, I need names and addresses so we can have a feed of information. So of course people were saying, yeah, well, my name's this, my name's that. Of course, it's not the name on the book, so putting it through the system, ping, ping. So within a month I found 90 hidden all around London, but on the River Thames as well, the canal, and we went all the way, but they were in certain areas, right? So one was Hackney, the River Lee, the Hertford Union Canal. I've got to know all the names of it.
No, Watford.
No. What we did catch one in Slough. And that's a funny one. I'll tell you about that one in a minute. There's some funny things happened there. And the other one was Balls Bridge in Southall.
Yeah.
And so the paedophile unit said to me, why? Well, I don't know. And then the next day there's an article in a newspaper and there's a copper in Cambridge and he's saying, I catch transient paedophiles. And so I was thinking, well, how's he do it? So I ring him up. I said, how do you catch transient paedophiles? And he went, well, you've got to look at the geography. He said, Peterborough has got more transient paedophiles than any town and all that. And he said, we've got more different ethnicities than anywhere else. And he said, you know why? I went, no. He said, we're 4 hours from Dover. I went, and? He went, right. When the immigrants come over illegally in the lorries, they get on the ferry, comes over, the tachograph stops. The main route is up the A1. Of course, 4 hours is Peterborough. They stop and of course they're jumping out.
Yeah.
He went, think of it like that. And I was thinking, oh, okay. He went, go and get a map. It will tell you why. And then when I realised that these areas, they're 3 boroughs meeting. So a boat could be, say, in Hackney. On his 28th day, he's got to register by law, so he just moves over into Newham.
No place, you don't have to register.
And you don't have to register legally.
Yeah.
And he can keep doing that. But if you do it in a car, you get caught. You do it in a boat, you don't. So with that in mind, that was it. We just started smashing it, and that's how it started. But so I started putting out this thing about tall police forces. If you've got anything to do with canals, let me know. Well, it wasn't just canals. I was getting stuff from Jersey, the Falkland Islands, the Ascension Islands, all people that, because it's unpoliced, it's unpatrolled, you know, and that's how. But I started working with the community as well, and there was one guy had set up respite care for handicapped kids, massive pedo.
A red flag.
Yeah, and there was one that had a boat that was taking kids from Camden Lock to the zoo, and his mate was in charge of, very benevolently, taking kids to the toilet. That was he was toilet money, and of course allegations of, and he was a well-known pedo, but they all knew each other. But what happened was that the information started moving away from canals and going onto rivers and onto big tidal walkways and into bigger boats, and then it started going into very wealthy areas. And then we got information regarding a boat down by Hampton Court.
You see, and it gets to the wealthy areas, all right? And then when you get to the wealthy areas, they're buying these houses and putting portholes on them and burying cesspit tanks, ballast tanks and all the rest of it. Do you see what I mean? And this is where it becomes the money, the Masonic money. Do you know what I mean? Because that's where it all baits from, you see. And how high up in the ranks do you rise, They've always got that cut-off line, do you know what I mean? Like 2 people that know about one person, do you know what I mean? So those 2 people can only grasp up one person, but that one person be connected to another one person and the one person, do you see what I mean? As the higher up, like say you've got a community of 50 people, Yeah, they're all Freemasons, like runners or whatever. They're being used by, say, 3 people, do you know what I mean, that connect all that 50 together. See? And the other two will know 1 and 1 will know 2 or whatever. And then there's always that system where people don't grasp anyway, because you'll learn from a very young age of keep quiet, don't be a tittle-tattle, blah, blah, blah. So and plus if you're a brother, you back them up to the teeth, you know what I mean, and not grass up anyway because of your oath. Remember your oath and your obligation, blah blah blah. And they know through the system, whether it's on their arrest or they're in the police station or going to court and everything else, they will be helped on every level, where they ain't going to serve any real time or any hardship for getting caught. Do you see what I mean? And that's where it goes. Anyway, let's carry on.
Which was owned by a well-known politician and a well-known sort of member of the state to do with education. Very, very well known. They were both a member of this group called PI, Paedophile Information Exchange, and they were having orgies with little boys on it. And of course it was government figures going there. So I found out about this, I'm thinking, brilliant, put this on a report, next day shut down, boom, closed down, shut down, told, that is it, nothing to do with it, bang.
What party, because I remember that party, what party was associated? Was it the Labour Party?
Labour Party.
As they found it as a way of them expressing their...
Yeah, so what it was a pro-paedophile lobbyist group which annexed itself to the Labour Party. It was given the ascension by Harriet Harman, Patricia Hodge and Margaret Hewitt. Everyone went on to become...
If they were consenting children or something, was it?
So it was an all-male group that wanted, that pressurised the Labour Party, who was then to pressurise government. They did it through the National Campaign for Civil Liberties, went on to become this group Liberty, with Shami Chakrabarti running it and all that. So they were the ones that were giving a platform to this group, and they wanted the consent between an adult man and a 4-year-old boy.
There's one final question we wanted to ask. We watched another interview where you were talking about somebody on TV who's loved throughout the nation.
You said there was a comedian.
Yeah,
Can you not say that?
Unfortunately I can't, but I'll tell you after, gladly.
I don't want to buy a ticket for this.
And I'm going to tell you a footballer, and I'm going to tell you a singer, and I'm going to tell you all once his camera's off.
But listen, John, I'd like to thank you so much.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
You were great insight.
Yeah, no,
thank you for sharing stories from the other side of the fence, and thank you for your honesty concerning Dave, because it means a lot to me and a lot of people that love him that he was staying with that.
Well, I'm become very close friends with Chris.
Yeah.
And Chris is a solid Christian.
Yeah.
And he stands by that Christianity, and he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't even swear.
Yeah.
And he's kept saying to me, I don't know, the last couple of years he said, before, Dave's been dead, is it a year now?
Yeah, about 15, 16 months,
Right, well, anyway, it was a bit before he went. I keep getting phone calls from Dave Courtney, and he wants me to pray with him. He said, I think he's going to God. He said, I think he's going to Jesus. He said, he keeps praying. And then one day he said, he called me, he'd been involved in an accident or something, and he said, Chris went to pray with him, and then, I think just before his death, he tried to get hold of Chris.
Yeah. I mean, Dave was very spiritual towards the end of his life, and he had, I knew him to always have faith. He had a faith in belief in, he wouldn't say God, he just said he had a faith.
Right.
Because he didn't know, there were so many different gods, he didn't want to say, oh, I'm on that church, on that. But he had a faith in, there must be a paradise, there must be somewhere that if you do the right thing, and he lived his life.
And that's what it comes down to, doing the right thing.
And he lived his life by doing the right thing. He suffered a lot for it, and he went, I suppose, Dave could have been a successful actor, he could have been a successful entertainer, media person, but he refused to allow himself to get drawn into anything that would make him sell himself to it.
Yeah, well, that is a dirty world, isn't it?
You know what I mean? And that's what he really avoided so much. And I just think towards the end of his life, he had such an action-packed life, Dave. When we're going to
be exploring that in the documentary that's coming out in the next year or so. But at the end of his life, he sat and said to me, Brent, I've had an action-packed life. If the cancer comes back, I don't want to die at 7.5, 8 stone. I don't want my family to have to witness it. I don't want my children.
Yeah, and I think that's the end of the, the boats or whatever, the story. But let me just do a little forward just to make sure.
To suffer videos for his in the last 3 months of his. Actually, what we don't put in it. Do you know what I mean? It's actually his life's become a thing of what we feel. If you put everything right with everyone.
Should be out soon, so watch this space with that one.
Yes.
And with your good friend James from Underground. The twain shall part, and the problem is when the lines get blurred and people want what they shouldn't have, and this is what we saw. Paedophile, and the guys come out, and he said, I didn't know what to do, John, so he picks a scaffold clamp up and hoys it and it goes straight through the portal window of this poor sod's boat, smash, right, through the window. Of course, the guy calls the police. The police turn up and they nick him, and he went, don't nick me, he's a paedophile. So they go and name check the bloke, and he actually is a paedophile. I'm worried. So anyway, take on that what you will.
Listen to this story.
Yeah, we've got Stephen French, Ez Catel, and Chris Lambriano, and it's listening to their story. They all go by the same pattern. It's quite revealing. I'm very much into the social science. I'm fascinated by it. Why people go the way. When we look at the statistics of what happens when kids are hurt, and it just leads to destruction, and we need to stop treating our kids this way. We need to put kids first. The police definitely need to make child abuse their focus for criminality, and we'll start seeing our society change rapidly, and we really do. And it's good that we can talk about these things, and it's good that when I sit down with people like Chris and Stephen French, that there isn't this animosity and this hatred,
it's not
them and us.
Well, that part of your lives have changed, haven't they? You know what I mean? When you was a police officer and he was a criminal, that's a different part of life. In 2 different eras. So
and
you have to be adult men about that.
Yeah, and never the twain shall part. And the problem is when the lines get blurred and people want what they shouldn't have, and this is what we saw with Austin Watts.
Yeah.
He had a good job that paid well. He didn't need to cross that line. And he did, and it was only going to end one way,
Final thing for you, Brendan, are you going back to the canal boat, or is it over?
just leave the Rosie and Jim dolls alone.
Yeah, I'll take the action man out the window.
Just to finish with that, right? This is a true story, right? So this traveller comes up to me, great big guy. He went, John, I need to talk to you. And I went, okay. And he went, I got arrested because of you. I went, what? What's it got to do with me? This guy's 7 foot tall, right? He went, right. He said, I'm working on some scaffolding down by Reading, right, by the canal or whatever. And he said, I've been watching your videos. I went, okay. He said, a canal boat pulls up. And I said to my mate, that man's a paedophile. And I went, all right, and he said, so I called him. I said, you're an effing paedophile, and the guys come out, and he said, I didn't know what to do, John, so he picks a scaffold clamp up and hoys it and it goes straight through the portal window of this poor sod's boat, smash, right, through the window. Of course, the guy calls the police. The police turn up and they nick him, and he went, don't nick me, he's a paedophile. So they go and name check the bloke, and he actually is a paedophile. I'm worried. So anyway, take on that what you will. It's a crazy world,
You made a hero out of Traveller.
Yeah.
John, thank you very,
thank you so much.
Right.
It's been an absolute pleasure,
I always find how the travellers, them G travellers, are always handy on site, aren't they? But anyway, we'll see. More of them later.
Research, you'll find out where they're spending their money. I mean, look at the money they're spending just for a table. Yeah, these rich elites, the Beckhams, the Madonnas, and whoever else. Listen.
Has been sold for £5,000. What are you talking about? I only paid 500 quid for it. He said, no. We've sold that sofa to some footballer to sit down for £5 grand. And I'm like, really? And then when we move, and that whole culture of the table, and I mean, I don't really get it because, listen, I got it because I've got the money. But what, which bit about paying £10,000 for 6 sticky seats in a nightclub, being served a bottle of champagne and a bottle of vodka that at Tesco's is 37 quid makes your penis any bigger? I've got no idea. But that was the culture, and I'm sitting there, and I'm walking into the, after Sugar Reef, we did Red Cube as well with Marco, in Leicester Square. And then Gary Hollyhead and I went on and did the Embassy Club. And, I'm sitting there on a Saturday night going, my girl going, we're taking 40 grand. I said, but there's nobody here. They said, yeah, 40 grand in tables. Taking it up front. Right? Which is the most ridiculous. I'm thinking, fine. I'll go home. I'm not required. But, of course, any good thing can be copied. I was, somebody confirmed me as the king of tits in football, because I had all the models, and I had all the footballers, and I had all the rock stars and everything else, and everywhere else they had, although I did manage to cross over and get Prince William and Prince Harry, which was gold dust in those days, getting them in there. But the point is that then everyone realises it's celebrity. Then, of course, the mercurial thing, what happens is again, you pay a promoter, and he gives you a successful night. Then he wants you to pay for the girls. So if you say no, he goes to a different club, right? And if you want to bet, you got to do more. Then they want free vodka. Then they want you to pay for a celebrity, and then suddenly they're paying for celebrities. I mean, at the point my business partner Andy Taylor ran.
Watch these people. Like I said, their money knows no bounds. But would they ever think to put a solar panel on a poor person's house? No, they'll spend 10 grand on a telly, on a table or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's all about listen to what these rich elites are spending their money on. I'm telling you. And you tell me they think the best interests of you? No, they're self-serving unto themselves, babies.
Yeah, this must have got in. Again, this is another video where this has got in here by mistake. But again, I'm showing videos where these people are spending exorbitant amounts of money, these stars, hang around with criminals and all the rest of it, where they'll pay £10,000 for a table, as he said, just to sit there with a movie star. Do you see what I mean? And the money is astronomical, but this is what you're dealing with within your towns and cities, and all bases on greed. Now I'll give you another example of that. Okay, so we'll come back to that. Okay, I'm still, obviously it's to do with canal boats and gang stalking, but it just goes to show you how do you as a profane person working in a factory, how do you stand up against gang stalkers that have absolutely thousands and thousands of pounds worth of money? Do you know what I mean? How do you stand up against these people? Because the money they have, you can't stand up against it. Do you know what I mean? Especially like the drug money, the drug side of it. If I can just find this one video, look, here's one here. Look, listen.
Millions of dollars in my face to do this, but I've had people throw millions of dollars in my face to do something I didn't want to do. And what?
This doesn't seem like a joke to me.
They're in the room.
Yeah. I don't want to. That was my way of cueing you. Like, it's open dialogue.
Yeah. You want me to keep talking about it?
By all means, we can talk about anything.
But don't do it.
Seems a bit.
See what I mean? And this is what it's about, So when you put that, to this, right? Now, we got to find the other video now. Bloody hell. You know what I'm like. But the point will be there, It's about, there's several videos like this, but let me just find him. Where is he? Come on. And you ain't going to believe the story and the amount of millions that was offered to this person just to do a wedding party, Is this it? Yeah, here we go. Listen.
Oh, sorry.
Tell us this story about Madonna.
Is that on there?
Yes, it is.
God, I'm in so much trouble.
Tell us the Madonna story.
A friend of mine comes to me and he said, my daughter's getting married. A very, very, very rich fella. He goes,
can you offer her $3 million for like 45 minutes?
Because you know Guy and Guy's married to Madonna.
Yeah, we were all very good friends in them days. And they lived at the bottom, of just behind the Beverly Hills Hotel. Yeah. And I lived at the top. So I go down, I sing, and she's there, and I go, do you want to sing at my mate's wedding? 45 minutes, $3 million. You know, and I was definitely getting a drink out of it. So she goes, nah, I don't do weddings. I went, oh, sorry.
You gotta stop it, Vinny, you gotta stop it.
Sorry. Hey, so I go back to him and I go, she won't do weddings. And he goes, offer her $5 million for 45 minutes. Like, right, okay, you know, I'm thinking the drink's getting bigger for me. I go back down the hill. Mate, he wants to offer you $5 million for the wedding, for his daughter's wedding and all that. She went, Vin, I don't do weddings. I'm absolutely gutted, and so I'm walking back up the hill with my tail between my legs, like driving up in the old green Cadillac I had, remember? Yeah. I ring him, I tell him and all that. He goes, okay, $7 million. This ain't no lie, this is absolute story. And I go, what? And he goes, $7 million, 20 minutes for the wedding. My daughter loves her. Yeah. So I went, I'm in for a right nice few quid here. Right. So I go back down the hill. And I go in there and I'm sitting there and I'm sort of waiting for it to come round, sort of throw it in the conversation as you do. And it was one of them like, Mad, do you know that thing about singing and all that? And she went, yeah. I said, $7 million for 20 minutes. And she gave me them mortal words. Then, I don't do weddings. I crawled back up my Holland Drive,
that was the end of the negotiation.
And I went, no, I ain't going down the hill no more. And I'm telling you, Gwyneth Paltrow was sitting on the couch as well and sort of $7 million got her attention. She sort of went,
I'll do it.
She looking around like that, and I'm thinking, she'll do it for $7 million, won't she?
And you see what I mean? And they don't put fuck all on your fucking house. They won't give you not one penny to improve your neighbourhoods or anything. Do you see what I mean? And this is the money they throw around like it's nothing. And you sit there, worship them, the ground they work on, or whatever the bloody hell it is. Do you see what I mean? They don't put any solar panels. How many solar panels could that 7 million, if she'd have just done that for 20 minutes, and then put that 7 million into buying, just donating it to one town to put solar panels on all the profane houses. Do you see what I mean? How many solar panels could that have done? Do you know what I mean? And helped all them profane families. Do you see what I mean? But we're just talking about one celebrity here. Do you see what I mean? But we're not just on about Madonna and her money. We're on about the geezer who donated it, let alone all the other celebrities. Do you see what I mean? What do they do to help you? Nothing. And they're in your town and cities. All the money just filters up, and all they do is just keep you running poor, struggling from one paycheck to the next paycheck. Pay your bills, pay your electric, pay your this, pay your that, and they got you all paying individual bills, that amounts of trillions of pounds a year. Do you know what I mean? Trillions. You look at the lottery, you put a lottery on, it's £1, You know what I mean? Look how big it is at the end of the week or the month, and then you put your gas bill or your electric bill, and then you combine that with every household. That's because not everyone's doing the lottery and they're all putting pounds on. Look how big it is, but everyone's paying their electric and their gas and their water rates and everything else, and how much trillions they're making, and they ain't putting no solar panels on no one's houses. You know what I mean? Because they're supposed to be looking after us and making a better life for us. I don't see them doing shit for anything for us, except themselves. But it just goes to show you, doesn't it, in them 3 videos, how these people, where money is nothing to them, same as drug dealers, you can't go up against them, do you know what I mean? Same as the people within your Masonic lodges, you can't go up against them because they've got all the money, they've got all the leases, they've got all the property, they deem fit who gets rich, who gets poor. Do you know what I mean? They deem that whether you have a good life or a bad life is decided within a Masonic lodge. You know what I mean? And sadly, within Masonic lodges, you've got corrupt demons that are narcissistic perverts. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, that's another story, my profane friends. But that just shows you the 3 simple videos there. And these, like these geezers here, yeah, these are the, this is the Witchfinder Generals. Look at the triad claw he has there, you see, because they were involved in anything. And all the witches that got burned, yeah, at the stake or got dipped in a river because they wouldn't sleep with this man, yeah. You know what I mean? They're in charge of that, but that's another story. But let's go back to the canals. Right, we'll go back to the canals, and obviously I'll get to the point in this somewhere along the line. Well, I think I have made my point, actually, haven't I? But we'll go on. I didn't know it would go so long, you know what I mean? But we'll go back down here. Right, so we did that. What we got here? Here we go. Yeah, that's it. That's just started from that. See what I'm saying? And this is how I put things together, you know, where these people are now bragging all about the crimes they do, the monies they receive from all the stars, you know, like 10 grand, paying for a 10 grand table in a nightclub. Do you know what I mean? That's without the champagne and everything else. Do you see what I mean? You know, and the money they just keep, but they give nothing. They entertain themselves, yeah, with vast amounts of money, but don't do anything for anything within anyone's community. Never, ever. Anyway, let's move on before I get too far. Now, here we go. Again, you can pause this and read this at your leisure. But it's John Wedger again that he uncovered a network of transient sex offenders living on British canal boats, exploiting the waterways as a loophole to avoid monitoring under the sex offenders register. You know what I mean? And then it goes on, obviously, that's there. And then it goes on about murders. And this is the different, how they connect. Remember, houseboat, yeah? A houseboat is another where, like a house on stilts, yeah? Because it can float, yeah? The house can float. It floats off the stilts. That's another thing we'll get into. Another type of house that is in dry dock or dry berth or whatever the bloody hell it is. So if you've got a house, yeah? Obviously you can read this at your leisure and just pause the sound. But you can read this at your leisure. But a house that's been put on stilts, yeah? Right, say near a river, yeah. So basically, what it is, they've put the house inland, yeah. There's any house, it doesn't matter where it is, yeah. Right. If it's liable to flooding, like in Galston, for instance, there's loads of houses by the, like, say the river, you know, but they're a good quarter mile in, yeah. But if it's liable to flooding anywhere, you can put that house on stilts, right? Yeah. Or you put stakes, like stakes in the ground, yeah, and then you settle the house on the stakes, yeah, and then when it becomes flooded, yeah, the area around the house, yeah, it then becomes like a floating house, a houseboat, yeah, it's technical, but again, that allows that house to become a boat, you know what I mean, because of the porthole and everything else that's connected to it, okay, so that's another thing that's part of this, yeah. So you've got another, as I said, it's another different thing. So if you've got a house, you put posts in the ground and then build your house on them posts. That house becomes on stilts, yeah? And because that house is built on stilts, it becomes a houseboat because it's like something to do with flooding or whatever. But technically, it's in a dry berth until it gets flooded, you know what I mean? Or something like that. So anyway, you can dry that. Right, here we go. See, ex-miners who lives on canal boats. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Look, now here it is again, look, see, now this isn't just about the canal boats, right, as I've said, look, unfortunately it's increasingly become apparent that more than more such individuals are relisting, I can't read it there because of the numbers, I don't know how to get rid of it, temporary addresses, they are moving to caravans and move around in caravans. I know of a group of them who live in canal boats in London. Some live with relatives or give relatives addresses. It is quite hideously worrying for the police that one individual, who I'll not name, owns a block of flats, and as far as I was concerned, the front door of the block of flats is his front door. Yeah, the police thus cannot get into the block, although they are aware that single parent mothers and their children live in the flats in that block. One's imagination can run with that. Yeah, so again, yeah, this is how they do it. Like, you know, this is the things that people don't realise. Yeah, like up near the town hall there's a row of houses. Yeah, they're all connected together. Yeah, and then under one of the houses, yeah, there's a trapdoor that then goes into an old tunnel that goes back to the 1500s that runs to the town hall. Yeah, and the cloisters, or whatever they're bloody called, then ran to the abbey. Yeah, that was the old escape routes where they used to do, you know, run like barrels of rum up there and kids for transport. But anyway, that's another story. But that was for drug smugglers and pirates and things like that. Yeah, but they said it was for the, you know, for the town hall. But these tunnels, yeah, and I've done, you know, again, look up Masonic Great Yarmouth tunnels, and you'll see where I've gone down into the tunnels, and you'll see where I point where the trapdoor goes through the houses. But in this row of houses, I think are 6. I can't remember. No one to talk to you about it anyway. I've tried it. You can see. Yeah, those who know, but they keep shush about it. But they had all single mothers in there with like multiple children. Okay. And like I said, I didn't know if them children were being trafficked at night through that tunnel, into that tunnel, and then up into the town hall, yeah, for their parties within the town hall. Yeah, there's nothing I can prove that now because the wall, as I go into the tunnel, has been bricked off now. Yeah. But that luckily the trapdoor is still there, but everything else has been, you know, bricked up and fucking hidden. Do you know what I mean? Whether that's still viable and open, I don't know, because like I said, with stonework you can hide stuff. Do you know what I mean? So you know that you may look at the wall and it looks like that's sealed, but from the other side you can open it, and then for me there's a fucking door there. Do you know what I mean? But they had these it was basically used for, you know, vulnerable mothers and their children. Do you know what I mean? Whether they were part of the cult or anything like that, you know, whether they were like Eastern Star or anything like that, I don't know. But that was a perfect position for the Freakmasons, yeah, because they knew all about the tunnels and the positions of that, because they ran the town hall, to run them children what were living in them houses above down into that tunnel and then into the town hall. Do you see what I mean? Or like I said, it ran to the abbey or wherever they needed it to go. But this is what you're doing. So yeah, so it's not just about like the, you know, canal boats and everything else. It's like you said here, look, you know, if you've got a block of flats, yeah, and only one door that opens into that, again, it changes the laws. You know what I mean? This is how they're getting away with it all the time. These different little niches in the law that they can bend and get away with to do their criminality. Right? We discuss all these matters with the minister's predecessor. I felt that there was general agreement between my team and the ministers that charge was needed, but it was the approach that we were discussing. New clauses 9 follows the approach that I believe the ministers, and see, again, you're dealing with ministers, yeah, but the ministers are involved in it. Do you know what I mean? So when you try and get a law changed or anything like that, it runs really slow. You know what I mean? They'll try and get away with it in any which way they can to not change that law because it benefits them. Do you see what I mean? But anyway, you can read that to your own selves, all right? See, and again, it's that old adage again. I expect that some people may believe that the human rights of the offenders that we are discussing are being breached. Yeah, and this is the thing, again, when you talk, say, like a different minority group, they go, oh, you're being racist, you're against us, you're this, you're that, do you see what I mean? And they pull that card on you all the time, do you know what I mean? Even though they're responsible for it, do you know what I mean? But again, it's a get out clause, yeah, that they use and use the law against, you know, being able to flout the law, basically, and do whatever they want. It's like now, you know, the Freakmasons have been ordered to reveal themselves within the police force, but the Norfolk Constabulary have gone, no, we're not going to do that. Do you know what I mean? How? It's an order, but you're refusing it. Do you see what I'm saying? How do they do that? How do they get away with that? Is that because they're in the East? You know, I don't know, but there you go. But anyway, you read that at your own leisure. And here we go again, look. See, 230,000, yeah, active paedophiles, many of whom are women. And that's what I said about them women that lived in that row of houses. They could have been part of the Eastern Star and part of that gang and paid well to smuggle them kids down that hatch, yeah, because all the houses were connected, yeah, down that hatch, into the tunnel, into the town hall, where obviously there's a Masonic lodge and all the rest of it, and all them, you know, them high-ranking Freakmasons are there now. They're still there today. You know, I was speaking with one the other day. There was got something going on at the town hall. I can't remember what it was, but that'll be again. You'll see all the Freakmasons, yeah, out on the polling days, yeah, and when the count goes on, they'll all be there at the town hall. Do you know what I mean? Mad. But anyway, you can pause that again. Look at the numbers. Look at the, see what I mean? Anyway, let's go. Look, here we go. Risk professionally concerning disclosure by police whistleblower, child sexual abuse. Yeah, how did that go up and down there? I don't fucking know, but there you go. No place to hide for canal barge sex beasts. Yeah. And again, obviously, this is in Northwich Canal and Rivers Avoidance Sign Second Register will soon have no place to hide. And obviously, they're now sorting out the loopholes, or hopefully they're already in place. Right? And this is what he was going on about. Yeah, Fred Talbot, remember him? Oh, yeah. See, them canal boats have got a lot to answer for. Obviously, you can read these your own self. And again, this is where sort of talks about. But listen again.
There you go.
Now, if he can do this to a car,
you're being served.
If he can do this to a car, you think about it. How many times have you seen a hearse being pulled over? Now, if, now I don't want to get too much into it, but how many funeral homes are run by criminals? Think about that. So how many hearses do you know that get pulled over, especially with a coffin inside? Who's going to open it? And I'm sure they come under, you know, some sort of international law or untouchable, you know, you can't pull us over because we're a coffin merchant, do you know what I mean? Plus we belong to the Masonic Lodge anyway, and you know that, so we're untouchable and can't be stopped. So we can ferry what we like about anywhere, can't we? Do you know what I mean? And that's why you see their vans going about as well, you know, like the body bag van, you know, the body bag van and all the rest of it, do you know what I mean? But you're supposed to trust these people. You see an ambulance, yeah, like I'm an ambulance driver, you know, I can drive that ambulance anywhere I bloody want. Do you see what I mean? We can make a false call, yeah, right? Ambulance men go in, drugs are piled in, ambulance men leave, get back in ambulance, another call's made at a particular time and they turn up at another address. Just what I'm saying. All of that is room for trafficking anything around your towns and cities, but they won't tell you that. But anyway.
Being served?
Yeah, you're being served.
Served with what?
A document of mine for any unlawful detainment, and starting from the clock now, my name's, I go by the name of Grant Warren Hudson. I have a power of attorney over my birth certificate.
Buddy, do you have a driver's license on you?
I do.
Yep. I'll grab that off here. Is it your vehicle?
It is my vehicle, I own it.
Yep, registered to yourself?
Yep.
Yep.
Under UCC law. I own this vehicle, you guys don't own it. It's not under Queensland Transport, it's under international law. This vessel is in dry dock, and it is absolutely clear. All right, now the clock is current.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice community around.
See us in dry dock. Watch as I get into it. Yeah, the Eagle Barge Inn. Yeah. And again, this is where it comes into, where is a hunting ground for predators? If it's children, where are you going to work? Nurseries, creches, depending on what you like, isn't it? Do you see what I mean? You know, you're going to work with kids around you, yeah? So people within your community that are working with kids, you know, and have a lot of kids around them, you've got to ask why. Do you know what I mean? Big ask. And here we go again. Look at the bottom. See? Largely due to many of them in the establishment, Freemason networks, police, council, courts, football, again, media, music, and too often in positions of varying power. And that's what you got running your towns and cities. Freemasons that are pervert paedophiles. Do you know what I mean? And that's what's going on within all towns, all cities, and you've got to oust them out of power. And once you oust all them people hiding them Masonic aprons, yeah, within your towns and cities, and those that are working with children in them environments, yeah, you'll see a whole change, a whole new fair system take place. Do you know what I mean? And there we go, the last one.
I don't know, my profane friends, would you call them portholes? I mean, I call that a porthole. Pyramid, you know what I mean? We could go more into it, but what do I know? That's definitely portholes, yeah? Remember, buildings with portholes, yeah? Live by sea laws.
And again, you know, this building you see here, yeah, if it's bought by one person, right, you got one door, okay, yeah, but multiple rooms, yeah, and who's been placed in there? If it's a private landlord, yeah, then he's going to put his Eastern Star girls in there that have children, yeah, they're going to be well looked after, you know, mothers that don't mind selling their children. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. And this is the sort of thing you've got to look for within your towns, within your cities, because this goes on. Do you know what I mean? This ain't bullshit, yeah. They have these special places built, yeah, and they put their single mothers in there, you know what I mean, that are part of the Eastern Stars or their breeders or whatever it is, yeah, and they have buildings like this, yeah, that don't come under international laws, and they've got all these funny little ways about them, yeah, that make these properties getting their doors crashed in by the police.
Here you go, my profane friends. Look, here's a house, look. Can you see? Does that consist, obviously it's an all-seeing eye in the pyramid, but does that round window consist, yeah, as a porthole, and mean that this house here, out in the country, which is, and I mean literally the country, you know what I mean, fields and God knows whatever, and obviously a couple of farms there, and then you've got the square and calm piss gate, look, another red flag, but does that there, on this house, consist as a porthole, and it's in dry dock and under sea laws? What do I know? Have a great day.
And there you go. And now I'm going to start showing you, I think, where more and more houses have portholes. And are they in dry dock? Are they in dry berth? Are they on stilts? That give them another, like I said, houses on stilts become floating objects or something, you know what I mean? There's so much technicality in all of this. It's a bit confusing for me, but this is where I connect the dots, and then I rely on obviously better researchers than me to go down that rabbit hole with it and come up with, you know, what is going on. Do you know what I mean? How many houses within a town or a city are in dry dock or dry berth, or because they've had a particular build of their stilts, does that put them in as a flotation house, you know, a houseboat or a floating house or whatever they call it, do you know what I mean, which then goes under international laws, but then can't get their doors caved in or investigated.
Hello, my profane friends. Does that consist of a porthole, or does that consist of a porthole, meaning the big pyramid on the house, is this house in dry dock? Do you see what I mean? Because it's got portholes. Does it obey the sea laws? You know what I mean? Does it have any laws? Because it's in dry dock. You know what I mean? How well do I know? But they are. They're everywhere, these porthole houses. Have a great day.
And there we go. And then it just went from there, you know. And then, like I said, you know, it didn't, look, see the porthole, look? You see? And obviously the Masonic arch and the pyramid with 3 layers, look, 3 pyramids, 1, 2, 3, for 3 levels, or is it 3 steps in Freemasonry? I mean, it's a master mason, but it's also red and white, you see what I mean? Which is the Rose Croix. But what do I know, you know? I'm just saying that's one door with the porthole. Does that make that undersea laws, you know? Another porthole, another house. Well, it's more of a shed. Again, like I said, yeah. Now, the shed, yeah, if it's under sea laws, yeah, and been registered, and then is there a ballast tank under this shed? Do you see what I mean? Is there a ballast tank under the shed, and what goes on in that, you know, in that ballast tank? Do you see what I mean? Again, I'll show you more of the ballast or whatever the frig it is, like in other videos. But another house, look, with another porthole in the pyramid for the all-seeing eye. And again, we have another one here, look, you see? It's just crazy, you know what I mean? How they get away with it, you know? Another one with a porthole. You see? Another house. This one I found very interesting. The circle within the square. But also, look at look, see the Masonic, See the world domination ball sitting on the Masonic cube. Then you got the arch, and then you see the shell there. The shell is like the sun god Ra, you know, within the, I think it's the Omega or the arch anyway, I can't remember what it is, but it's definitely a Masonic Freemason hotel, I believe. I can't remember what it is now. It's a hotel or an eatery or something, I can't remember. It was a pub as well. It's a pub, eatery, whatever, restaurant, blah blah blah. But because it's got the portholes, and I guarantee you that's got friggin' cellars with tunnels, you know, is it untouchable? Does it become untouchable? Same as this one here, look. 3 pyramids, 2 portholes. Amazing. Again, another porthole on the door. So does that mean it's, you know, is it dried berth to dry docked? Another one, look, the pyramid, always in the pyramid, within the pyramid. See, I'll show you that one. Another one, look. See? So all these houses, look. That's crazy, isn't it? You see what I mean? Now, are these in dry dock or dry berth? You know, this one's 4 square, look. It's amazing, isn't it? What do you think, eh? I don't know. This one's being worked on, look. You see what I mean? These portholes, yeah? And again, you know, the indicators, look, isn't on the top of the house. You see the house, look? That little thing on top of there, that's a representation of a rank of who runs this house. Do you know what I mean? It's not there for nothing and no reason. But there it is, look, the portholes, yeah? Madness. Actually, I think there's the front of the door, no. But again, and if you notice the windows, it's 2, then 3, then 2. Yeah? Again, porthole. Again, you see, the all-seeing eye, it's a porthole on the house. So does that rank it as a, you know, does it come under international laws? You know, does it have any, you know, has it got ballast tanks under there? Has the house been built on stilts, you know? So it's not actually a house, it's a houseboat, you see, that comes under all these different categories they've made for these laws, you know? Look at that, man. Can you believe it? Oh, baby. You know what I mean? These are all from around my own area, by the way. All of these. You know what I mean? And you can look at the fancy, look, see the fancy railing, look? With a fleur de pis, look. You see it? The two circles, but it's actually 3. And then you got the pyramids, look, the square, the circles, squares and pyramids. That's what that is. And the fleur de pis, look, you see? It marks it as a Freemason house. And it's near, like, say, the ferry, you know, the river. But does that make this in dry dock? Is it a berth? Dry berth? I don't know. You know, again, this is square and calm piss, because it's square. When you square it off that square, I'll show you, wait there. This is how this works. Again, you can see it in my videos. You know me, I don't like to brag. But this, when you go to these points here, look, where these are, look, you see, and you square it off, look, where these bricks that come out, you see, there's your square, there's your circle, obviously, and then within the circle, so you've got 2 circles within a square, and then, but if you follow, if I just take the circle there, if you follow the thingy, look, like that, you see, you get your 4 square, which then, as you know, makes the 666. I'm not going to explain it, but I'll just do one, which gives you 666, because it's 4 square, you see. So that's what they represent. So again, the markings, obviously we know it's square and circle, so it's square and calm piss. Does that, you know, does that make this under sea laws or international laws? Again, another porthole. Why is it always within the pyramid, you see? Again, it's that Masonic mark. Symbolism will be their downfall. Again, here's my local police station, you see? You see the symbolism of it all. Again, I'm just going to give you a quick demo. You can go see this Masonic police symbolism on my videos, yeah? And look, you see, look, I'll show you. 2, 3, 2, yeah? Which we know is Masonic cube. of Satan. And I'll do the next one in yellow. And we've got 2, 3, 2, which is your second Masonic cube. Yeah. And do the third one in blue. Oh, will that show up? Yeah. 2, 3, 2, which is the third 6. So we've got 6, 6, 6. Because remember, 2, 3, 2. Yeah, I'll go back to red. Boom. Because 2, 3, 2, right? And it's important I show you this. 2, 3, 2, because if you might be new to my videos, 2, 3, 2, yeah, makes a Masonic cube, okay? So you've got 3 cubes there, 3 cubes, 6, 6, 6, because each cube has 6 sides, you see? It's Luciferian, yeah? And if you take that out, which is the 2, 3, 2, what makes the Masonic cube, I'm going over this quick because you can find this in any video you want that I've done. If I go here, look, and do the center, yeah, okay, that means you've got 3 on this side, look, and 3 on this side, which then gives you the 33 degrees around the Masonic cube of Satan, you see? And that's the Masonic symbolism that they hide from you. But that's not the only thing, okay? Right, let's forget about that, right? We'll discard that. But that's the Masonic police station for you, okay?
You know that Branson is higher up in the chain than Epstein.
So she's now going to go on. So about that now. Yeah, here we go. Look, I think Freemasons operate from the City Hall. That's where my cousin was sworn in last month. Long story, but nearly all my relations are Freakmasons. You see what I mean? And if you look at the comments within, you know, where Freakmasons reside, you know, because if you're hunting, you know, the wrong uns within your towns or your cities, you've got to go where they go. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, that's your hunting ground. So I hunt, you know, for where people know Freakmasons, you know, and in them comments they tell you everything. You know what I mean? Just here now, look, yeah, she just told me, yeah, that her cousin was sworn in last month into the Freemasons, so they operating out of the City Hall. Do you see what I mean? As I've shown you at the City Hall in Norwich, if you look at the 3 doors that you go into, there's 6 points on each door. 6, 6, 6. Luciferian, do you see what I mean? And obviously, again, look at my Masonic City, you know, town hall or whatever I put in, and you'll see the square and compass on my own town hall, 666. You see what I mean? But this is how they get it all the time. You see what I mean? And this is what they do all the time. But the people like this, the normal people that post, tell you what Freakmasons are up to. Look, I think Freakmasons operate from the City Hall. And they do, and they operate from your town halls. Do you see what I mean? They operate from your police stations, and they've got you know, in all my videos I've shown you, they've got Masonic lodges on Navy boats. They've got Masonic lodges in schools. They've got Masonic lodges in churches, you know, all of that, yeah? But you can find out the real truth is when people make comments about them. You know what I mean? Mad. Anyway. Hold on, wait a minute. Again, this is the local, look, you know, 2 big warehouses, yeah. But again, are they in dry dock? That's on the river, and then you've got these drains, yeah. I found this is where I'm looking up, and then I look down at this drain, and look at the drain. Can you see the pattern, my profane friends? Those with the knowledge, no. Those with not, don't understand it, you know. But that's what you're looking at. You see what I mean? It's how crazy these people are, you know, and they get away with it all the time. Can you see it? Yeah? 323, look, the Masonic square and calm piss. No one sees it. No one understands it. You know what I mean? But it's there. You see that you're standing on it straight away. I'll show you, look, if you don't know. Obviously, most people have spotted it straight away who follow my videos. But look, this is it. Look. Square, calm piss, square, calm piss, square, calm piss, square, calm, piss. You see what I mean? So what does that entail? That entails 4 square. You see? Because there's 4 squares. You see? You see? 1 square, 2 square, 3 square, 4 square. What is 4 square? I've already shown, you know, this is what I'm saying. See, it's 4 square. See, 4 by 4. See, 4 by 4 is 6, 6, 6. Lucifer. You see, it's there all the time. And then you got the company name. Look at the company name, yeah, and you'll see that it belongs to Freakmasons, and that's why you have this square and calm piss design, which is 323. Freakmasonry 323. It's all there in my videos, my profane friends. There's a lot more into that, but that's basically 4 square. Again, look, it's got, you know, it's the square and circle within a circle, yeah? Again, it's the square and calm piss. Yeah? You're getting it, my profane friends, yeah? He's even got the porthole open by the look of things there, look. But again, it's in the pyramid, see? It's always the consistency, you see, and if it works, yeah, these houses for Freakmasonry, I'm more than likely going to get killed or murdered for this one, but I've been threatened enough, as I said, like I said the other night. But that, when you square it off, it gives you the square. That's what that is, that's the square, and then you got your circle and square, compass and square and calm piss, yeah. But like I said, when you square it as well, and you put them lines through, that gives you your 4 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 square. You see? And 3, 2, 3 gives you square and calm piss. Yeah? Which is, oh, yeah, we'll go that one, that'll be right. Which is here, look, 4 square, you see? 1, 2, see? That's 1 square. See? 2 square, you see? 3 square, you see? And then if I do the other one, that'd be 4 square. 4 square, what's 4 square? 6, 6, 6. It's the 13 points. What do you mean the 13 points? Let me show you the 13 points, yeah, again, which is to do with Jesus and his 12 disciples, you see? Yeah, so I'll mark it up as yellow, the 13 points, okay? Watch, 13 points, all right? Watch, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah? Whew, I better get this right myself, ain't I? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and that's the 13 points, my profane friends. The 13 points. People go, why was that the 13 points? The 13 points of a compass. See, the first point is that, yeah, that's the first point. Then that's the second point. That's the third point. 4th point, 5th point, 6 points of a compass, yeah? Because you use the points when you spin it, yeah? 6 points make a square and calm piss, you see? 4 square, 6 compasses, 6, 6, 6. But where's the 13 points, you say? Well, I'm not going to show you, okay? 13 points, okay? So here it is, look. That's 13 points, basically. So you got 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, yeah? Okay? And if I square it off, you know it's got the Masonic cube, or I can square it off like this. Okay? Right? Okay, so there's 7 points there. 7, right? 7 with a 2, 3, 2. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points. You see what I mean? And that's what that means. And then this one in the middle is your G. You see, for Freakmasonry. And that's your 13 points, what you're watching right there. Because that's what the square and calm piss is, the 13 points. See, you've got 2, 3, 2, look. Yeah? Okay, but if I square it off the other way, which is the way they like, which is the 9 points, yeah, which is this. That's what you get with the G in the middle, you see? The gypsy. But that's what the 13 points are, you see? with 2, 3, 2. See, 7, 8, 9 steps in Freemasonry, right? The 9 steps, right? Which is your square, look, yeah? Okay, that's your 9 steps, okay? And then you've got 9, so it's 9 points, yeah? 7, 8, 9, okay? One above, one below, that's 9, okay? 10, 11, 12, 13, you see? Then you put your cross through it, look. You've got your 13 points, you see? Jesus and his 12 apostles. So that, when you see this, yeah, when you see that, that's the 4 square, which represents 666, and it's the 13 points. Yeah, it's the 13 points of Jesus and his 12 disciples. But there's a lot more into that. You'll have to look at my videos, but that's what that's all about. Hope that explained that. Sorry. Here we've got 3 portals on 3 levels. Now obviously, can you get it here? Look, I've just shown you what 2, 3, 2 is. Yeah. Okay. And again, what we got? Look, we've got 2, 3, 2. Yeah, you're getting it, my profane friends. Yeah, 3, 2, 3. 2, 3, 2. 3, 2. See? 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. Amazing, isn't it? You know what I mean? All the way up there. And then obviously you've got this, if you haven't seen it. You've got this. See? 1x. 2x. Ooh, even I'm getting it wrong. Oh, 2x. You see what I'm saying, my profane friends, yeah? Then we go again. And again. And again. 3 square and compasses. See, look, 1. And there's 1 there. Okay, and then you take 1 here, which puts the 1 there. 3, so it's 6, 6, 6. Oh, baby. You know what I mean? And that's what you're looking at right on that wall there. 6, 6, 6. And that's how they roll all the time around. See the pyramid on top of the house, look. You see the pyramid at the top. Then you got 3 more there, look, you see? Nothing Masonic at all. But again, like I said, what do I know? I'm too profane. Can you see it here, look? Can you see the circles and the squares and the pyramids? Just on this gate. Can you see it? Can you see it? The 3 6s. Can you see it, my profane friends? Well, I'm not going to... Yeah, it's the triple cross anyway, but look, I'll do it, okay? Watch. Again, this comes off a... good red. I do like the old red. But look at the petals, look. You see the circles, look? There's your circles. There's your squares. You see? Squares and circles. See? Same all the time. Nothing changes, yeah? But also, what you got X, 1x, 2x, 3x, which we know is the triple cross, yeah? Which gives you the square and the compass. We know that's 6 points. So that's 1, 6. There's your second square and compass, which we know is the second 6. And then where, I'll just change the colour for this. And for the third is you've got 2, and then 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 2, 2, which then is 2, 3, 2. So it's 2, 3, 2. We know what 2, 3, 2 means. It makes the Masonic cube of Satan. Okay, yeah, I'll draw it in just in case no one's sure about it. Even I'm forgetting how to do it. Yeah, there it is. You go boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. We know that's the cube of Satan, which then gives us a final 6. So it's 6, 6, 6. Okay, so that is 6, 6, 6. And then what we got in the middle? How many petals? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And is that another one there? It should be 6, I would have thought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's a 5 in the middle. Oh, 5. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Wonderful I am. Quick, 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 quick. 5. What is 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what your 5 is, in the middle. So what is a 5? Remember, it's always in the middle, the Masonic cube of Satan. It's 2, 3, 2. You see? Masonic 5, look. 5 points. Yeah? And it's 2, 3, 2. See? That's what the middle of the gate, what the 5 petals in the middle mean. Okay? And then you've got your Masonic arch, of course, here. But there you go, that's in the gates. You see what I mean? Everything is everywhere. Ooh, how do I get rid of this? Discard. So, anyway, my profane friends. Oh, look at that. More portholes. Marvellous, isn't it? Yeah? Oh, what's this?
Bald-headed.
Oh, yeah, that was the geezer. Oh, yeah.
And half the geezer's got a gun there, or what? He's like fucking bald-headed. Fucking... Well... I don't know, I'm going to get out and ask him whether he's fucking... going to shoot me or not, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, the geezer ran off. I don't even know where he went. I drove sort of like thingy, got him on the camera obviously, but and he was in front of me, blating his thingy, and he's putting something into like a duffel bag, like a gun, you know. Like when I stopped the car, and, you know, I reversed back, by the time I got to the bin where he was hiding or crouching down or whatever he was doing, he'd run off. Do you know what I mean? I don't know where he went.
Well, he was ruffling in a black bag. Whether he had a gun or not, I don't know. Again, it could be just one of them theatre things, you know? Do you know what I mean? It's quite late.
So yeah, anyway, that was that. That was the other night. But again, can you see here, look? Can you see it again? Look at the windows. They're always 3, look. Yeah, there we go again, look. Square and can't piss. It's 4 square, you see? You know what I mean? That's what that is. But again, what ranking system does that denote within the houses? Look, another one. Portal, sea laws, portals, sea laws. You know what I mean? Portal, sea laws. Now this one was interesting because I found, obviously when you square this off, you get the square and the can't piss, as you know. But I'll just show you just in case. I'll do it red. I do like my red. Now, like this, for instance, when you square it off, yeah, you go like this, yeah, and then you go from here to there, so you get your square and can't piss. You see what I mean? So what rank or system that was for them to put that diamond within that pyramid at that particular time, I don't know. Because it's certainly not the old normal circle. They've actually put a diamond in there. So what that ranks up to, I don't know. But that's more than likely a high-ranking Freemason in there. What's this? Oh, yeah. Here we go, look.
454 configuration.
Now, can you remember?
A lot of picture of like port.
Now, this is me getting this as the porthole of a house, okay? Now, what happened there? Get out of it. The configuration. So when I need to go back to here, just to show you something. Oh, it's always the same. It never is. Never easy when you want to find it, do you? Hey, bloody marvellous. Oh, there it is. Look at the configuration on here, okay? This is important, what you're now going to watch here, yeah? Again, it's 4, yeah, 4 blue, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, in posts from Freemasons, yeah, within their own system of posting on their own forums and all the rest of it, their own members are posting about 454, yeah, and again 454 makes 3 Masonic cubes, yeah, which equates to 666, yeah, because each cube has 6 sides. It's the perfect ashlar, or the cube of Satan, yeah. So that's the pattern you got to remember all the time, yeah, is there 454, yeah. So you see the 4 blue, 5 blue, 4 blue, 4, 5, 4, okay. Now that's important because on this house, oh baby, where is it? Here we are. On this house, as you'll notice, if I just pause it there, I can enlarge that, which I can. I don't know if I can. if you notice here, look, can you see it? Look, on the right hand side, look, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you see that? So that's your first group of 6, 6, 6. What you got on the other side? You've got the 5, 4, 5. What is 5, 4, 5? Bugger it, I'm going to have to show you in, I suppose. I'll do it on here though, yeah? Rather than the other way. Right, so on here, so 5, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this one is this, yeah? So remember 6 points is square and compass, so that's 1, 6, okay? Then you've got another 6 there, look, can you see it? Look, 3, 2, 3. I'll do it in a different colour, just so you can understand it, yeah? So then you've got this square and compass here, yeah? Which is your second 6, okay, my profane friends? And then for your third 6, your third square and compass is right here. Are you watching? Okay, 6, 6, 6. But what you'll also notice on this set, yeah, it leaves 3 out, yeah. This 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, which then gives you 33 degrees. Okay, so it's 33 degrees, but it's 6, 6, 6. You see what I mean? So that's your 5, 4, 5. Okay. Whereas the other way. Oops, get out of it. Come here, wait a minute, go back to red. Doosh. Now the other way, which is 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this way is what I've already shown you, and that is, if I go to yellow, we've got 2, 3, 2. I'll leave the other red one there, and I'll do it in yellow. I'll do it in turquoise. Look, I'll do it in turquoise, which is 2, 3, 2, which you know obviously is square and calm. Bloody hell, even I'm getting confused. Do the dark blue there. Then we'll do 2, 3, 2, which, as you know, is there as 3 Masonic cubes. Okay, cubes of Satan. So you go like this. There's 1 cube of Satan. Okay, the other cube of Satan I'll do as well. I'll just show you, I suppose, the other cube of Satan. Three Masonic cubes, and I'll do the other one in yellow. Fuck it. Sorry to swear there, my profane friends. And that one in it, yeah. So you've got 3 Masonic cubes there, so it's 6, 6, 6. You see what I mean? And that's what 4, 5, 4 is. So 5, 4, 5 is 6, 6, 6 in square and compass. And then you've got 4, 5, 4, which is Masonic cubes, 3 cubes of 6 of Masonic Satan cubes. The perfect actually is 6, 6, 6. So that's what that is, yeah? Now discard that. So if we go back to here, then you can see my video. Portholes, yeah, but look at next door to it. Can you see it? Look, it's the 4-5-4 configuration, yeah. Okay, can you see it? 4-5-4, and then you next to it, then you've got the 5-4-5, yeah. We can then give you the square and the compass, yeah. That's pure Masonic, yeah, in that wall. But again, is this house here, yeah, under sea laws? Do you know what I mean? And obviously the pattern within the wall, does that give it, you know, what they call it, like, you know, the police won't investigate it because it's on dry land, you know. And what do I know? But at the end of the day, there's a very, very lot of people with portholes on their houses. You see what I mean? And this house, like I said, because it had the extra markings, yeah, of the not only the porthole, yeah. Yeah, not only the porthole here, okay, but also of the 454, look, the 454 and the 545, yeah, which represents the 666. I'm just wondering, you know, if that made it a bit more special, because there's quite a lot of land there, you know. Obviously, I didn't film it all. I didn't try to get people's properties in. That's not what it's about. But, yeah, I just wondered if that come under something special. Then I did this video.
You know what I mean? Hey, who do you reckon?
Right, here we go.
There you go, my profane friends. Who do you reckon own this? You know what I mean? Hey, who do you reckon owns this? A porthole, the old pyramid there. Who owns this real estate, you think? And the funny thing is, you know, the Masonic arts and all of that, you know what I mean? But, yeah, it's funny. Some people know, though. Excuse me, did you know that that porthole, yeah, that makes this under sea law? So if they, like, a territory, they're, like, in dry dock. Did you know they can get away with stuff in there? No. Not even in the British law. Do you know that? No. That's what I mean. A lot of people don't. If you look
Say again.
British, so you can even put your car in dry dock, yeah, or a car, yeah. Right. You can put it in dry dock, and then you become obsolete from British law because you're in like international waters. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. You can even put this in dry dock, so you can put it in dry dock. Say like,
What's that word? What's that?
I don't know what it is. That's, you know, again, that's the thing, isn't it? What is it? Now, if you started, say there was funny goings on in there and you want to find out, what would they do with you? They'd shush you up, arrest you and put you in the jail, yeah? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But the criminality within that building will still be going on.
Right.
You see what I mean? Because it's protected by that porthole, you see?
It confuses me.
I know, yeah, but that's what it is. That's in international water, you see what I mean? That's like the pyramid there, look, you see? I'm from Great Yarmouth, I am, you know what I mean?
What are you doing down here?
I do symbolism and that. It's loads of it, isn't there? Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's all about the circles, the squares, and the pyramids. You see? Can you see the square in there? You see the X? Yeah.
You're a square, aren't you?
I know. But that's what that is. There's 4 pyramids, look. You see? Yeah. You know what I mean? But that's 4 squares.
Egyptian?
No. But that's where it all comes from. They're the ones running your towns and cities, do you know what I mean? And they will it down. All this here, you know what I mean? Like when you're born, they still own these buildings, do you know what I mean? It's just willed down to their families, do you know what I mean?
That's different,
yeah. But people... Yeah. Yeah, anyway, thanks for your time. Thanks a lot, man. Have a good day, you two, yeah? You're welcome, and you, mate. But, yeah, so there you go, porthole, you know what I mean? Who do you think owns this? The Freakmasons, of course. You know, you can see this here. It's more than likely a Masonic lodge. You know, who knows? And because, and I know, we're now on a hill. You can see the obviously you've got 3 windows. Look, 3 windows on each, yeah, as you go. But what's down below here? Do you know what I mean? Because I know all under here there's tunnels and everything else. You know what I mean? Like, look at this building. I've never seen anyone come in or out of that bloody thing. But this is the point of it. You know, they use these sea laws and these international laws. Look, do you think they're not... That's right down there. Look, I don't know if you can see it, but this is on a big, big hill, yeah? Okay? So, don't you think there's tunnels underneath here? Because it goes right down there, look. You know what I mean? So there's got to be, isn't there? Do you reckon there's tunnels under here, love?
No, you might be.
You know what I mean? It's a good chance of it, though, because it goes right down there, doesn't it? So, why wouldn't they? And there's windows at the bottom, isn't there? You've got air vents at the bottom here as well, so it's possible,
Oh, that's got a basement, hasn't it?
It's got a basement, yeah, but that basement could go to tunnels right under here, because this is like a hill, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
They say there are tunnels in one of the, down the high street there.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's tunnels all the way through here. They you know, that's their escape routes. You know, when the peasants revolted, all the people that owned the shops, what were like lords, dukes and earls and working for them, you know, their particular families, they get in the tunnels and then run away, you know what I mean, and escape. Yeah, mad. Yeah. All right, thank you. Have a great day. Have you got any basement in there? You got a basement in there? Yeah, downstairs, is there? Is there any more? Like, is there any tunnels or anything like that? No? No? Alright, thank you, love. You're the best of the best of the best. Have a great day. Is there a lot of symbolism in there? Symbolism. Like, let's have a look at the ceiling. Can I look at the ceiling in there? Yeah? Alright. Have a look. Oh yeah, it's a standard, isn't it? Yeah, it's definitely like Masonic. Yeah, I see. Yeah, they've done away with a lot of the stuff, haven't they? Yeah. Is it all right living here, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. All right, sweet. All right, thank you very much. Have a nice day. So, there you go, you know what I mean? I know it's Masonically run because it's now, she's just confirmed, and with this on the door, yeah, he's confirmed that it's flats, yeah. And Freemasons, like I said, they run all your... This is how they get you to keep you homeless, do you know what I mean? Keep the homeless population going, do you know what I mean? Because they don't want everyone homed, because they love the trouble and strife, do you know what I mean? Now, let me show you the window up here. Bum, bum, bum. And this is what it's all about, you see what I mean? You see, there's definitely like a basement. She said there was a basement, but I'm guaranteeing it, there's more than a basement, and there's tunnels down the high street there. But again, we've got another porthole. Obviously, it's the sun god Ra and all of that bollocks, for Satan, Saturn. You know what I mean? Have you seen, is there any tunnels here, do you think, underneath here? Tunnels, yeah, do you reckon?
Wouldn't have thought so, no, unless it's not a mining or...
I know, I didn't mean for mining, I meant like, you know, like, they used to, the families that run all the shops and all that, they used to, like, when the peasants revolted or rioted, they'd escape through the tunnels, you know, they used to do it like in churches and, you know, castles.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But also the pirates used to have tunnels.
That's right, yeah.
Where the NatWest Bank is going there, the NatWest Bank's closed. But they reckon there was a tunnel from the beach through to the NatWest Bank.
That's right, yeah, they're like little rats, the ferrets, do you know what I mean? Yeah. And if you realise the pirates, like what they do, they come on land and you see they put a porthole in a building, that makes that in dry dock, the building. They actually register it as a boat, you know what I mean? Yeah. They can do it to cars as well and things, so that becomes, so they ain't under British law then, you see what I mean? It's under the seaman laws, you see what I mean, yeah? And then they go into international waters and all of that. That's why, like, the police get rung up on them, they don't attend, that's why sometimes you get Interpol come and arrest them, do you see what I mean? Because they're under international laws and things like that. But what do we know? We're too profane. Have a great day, sugar pup. And you. How long have you been married anyway?
13.
Oh, baby, I bet it's been manic, you know? Married to him? My God. No, I'm joking. Is he blessed, is he?
Wife. His first wife was
Okay, yeah. Okay.
27 years, but you never learn.
I love you, mate. You never learn. Wait, you're in trouble when you get home, isn't he? Get him. Yeah, I'm only joking. Yeah, she's lovely. They're laughing. Beautiful couple. Anyway, and then you got the sun hieroglyph here, look. And again, the pyramid, look, you see. So who do you think runs this building? Do you see what I mean? Arnold Hausler, ancestral home of the Arnold family. Branches of his family include Thomas Arnold, 1795 to 1842, headmaster of Rugby School, what a surprise, the schools, and Matthew Arnold, do you know what I mean, who is a poet. But you see what I'm saying? Their family's still about and all the rest of it. It's just wheeled down, you know what I mean? You just don't realise it. And they decide who get a house, who doesn't, you know what I mean? Who does well and who don't do well. But you can guarantee one thing, their families do well. They get the shops, they get the properties, they get everything. We get nothing. Look at that, look. The sun hieroglyph of the pyramid. How Masonic can you get? Do you know what I mean? And this, if that's a porthole to put this, which is this building, because it's two separates, yeah? If that's to put this on the dry dock, yeah? Then what are we talking about here? Do you know what I mean? What sort of... Like, you know, obviously people live here, but who else is entering it or not entering it? You see what I mean? No one knows, do you? But that's what that is. See, it's all Masonic. Everything is Freemasonry. Anyway, have a great day, my profane friends. And remember, beware the circle within the square. You know what I mean? Let's stand on the square. Yeah, baby. You know what I mean? Square it off. Anyway, have a good day.
And there we are. I got that one the other day. And this is what I'm saying. All of these different things, yeah. And this is why they're protected, look, you see. Because the police hide their Masonic aprons behind the uniform. Politicians hide their Masonic aprons behind their suits. Businesses within your towns and cities are all run by Freemasons. All the leases are owned by Freemasons. And they just hide their Masonic aprons behind their business uniforms. Soldiers hide their Masonic aprons. That's why in most of my videos you'll see that a lot of Masonic lodges are on HMS boats, you know, the Navy, or within you know, army barracks. Again, dentists, many dentists, again, they can mess you up on the operating theatre when they, you know, when they gas you down or whatever, you know, put something in you, yeah, that'll kill you eventually down the line. So don't trust your dentist because he's hiding a Masonic apron. Your doctors are hiding a Masonic apron. I've just done a post on them many times, and your judges especially. And this is why paedophiles and people that are criminals within Masonic lodges get off, because they have all these people in the row that is going to be dealing with the case, yeah, where your doctor, for instance, if he's asked for a medical report, it can go missing or falsify the evidence to that medical, yeah, right? You know, politicians, anything, it doesn't matter. They're all covering for each other. And this is why they've got the hierarchy of everything. And if you're profane and you're a peasant and you hold no power, no wealth or no value to a town, yeah, why are they going to help you? Why are they going to help me? I'm profane, I'm a poor, I'm a peasant. You see what I mean? I've got nothing of value in the town I'm running, no business, so I don't hold any respect within the lodge or anything else. Do you know what I mean? I don't run no pubs, I don't run no clubs, I don't run no businesses, I don't own any of their fucking business. I couldn't get one anyway because they wouldn't allow me to lease a property. I couldn't even afford to lease a property, let alone anything else. But all you people that work for these people believing you're going to get rich ain't going to happen because they've got all the money. Oh, sorry. If people are ganging up against one person, believe the one person. That one person is probably a huge threat and carries a spirit of truth. And that's the thing. This is why I'm gang stalked, because I do hold that truth. Do you know what I mean? Because when I say where the protests, no one's mentioning about the drug dealers within your towns and cities, but you look at every drug cartel within your town or city, because that's what you've got. They're running your doors, they're running your clubs, they're running your poor pubs, you know what I mean? And it's all of YouTube. Just put in door wars, you know, and all of that. They just don't put a Masonic apron on it. But if you look to who the criminals are within that system, yeah, you'll find they're all belonging to the Masonic Lodge. But the Freakmasons will go, well, that ain't us. We've got no criminals amongst us. But again, I've shown in all my videos, some have actually disappeared off Facebook, which gives me the biggest red flag ever that I'm on the right track anyway. You know, even Parkhurst's Hale, Norman Barker or Parker, I can't remember his name, you know, he was a Freemason. And again, travellers, G-travellers, you know, what are Knights Templars, are saying, yeah, he's my best mate and he's this and he's that, but he's like 4 or 5 times murderer. They even just, who was the other guy? They made him an MBE or an MBO, you know, another guy who was a London gangster connected to the Cray twins, you know, but I'll get, again, that's all in videos. Now we go into pirates and gypsy, yeah, because again that all comes into it, you know. Whether, like I said, where did they all come from? You know, the Masonic G travellers were Knights Templars, yeah, and this is where you get into it. Look, gypsy pirate, right? Romany and the British Channels, look, yeah, okay. And Romany gypsies in the 16th century Britain, yeah, the Egyptians, this is what they're called, you see, this is what you got to get to, yeah, their religion, yeah, right, is all to do with the sun god Ra, yeah, okay, and that's why they were called Romany gypsies, known as the Egyptians, because that's why the pyramids come from within your towns, you see. You know, the pyramids ain't there for nothing. That's why you got the obelisks, do you know what I mean, within your towns, yeah? And they were very well-to-do. These people weren't poor. They were part of the aristocracy, yeah? And even though they were slaved and treated appallingly or whatever, and they built the pyramids, blah, 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 yeah, they were, some of them, again, like in anything, yeah, like in India, yeah, you've got certain castes, yeah? Well, within the G travellers, you've got certain, you know, families that are bigger than others, so they had more power than others, like different castes, yeah, but I don't know much about it. But as you can see, and I'll leave it for you to read, the more you learn about it, the better it is you'll know and have the knowledge of what's been going on for the last 100,000 years with these people. And here we go. Can you see it? Look. Do you understand that? Just the top sentence. And this is what I say in all my videos, yeah? The point of the matter is, yeah, is that these people, look, gypsies were given land, yeah, in services for the English crown, yeah? Now that, yeah, has gone on across all sorts of continents, yeah? Okay? Because their funny handshakes across battlefields has given them an entitlement and all sorts of deeds and whatever, including marriages to nobles and earls and, you know, whatever. And this is where we get into it, do you know what I mean? And this is why they hold so much power over us. You know what I mean? You may say, oh, power over us. No. They're there, trust me. And they're very powerful, these people within your towns and cities. Look. And they didn't work the land themselves, yeah. They hired farmhands to do so, and they used the farms as campsites while they travelled throughout the thing. It's more settled now and changed, obviously, yeah. This, and as you can see, it's gone. I'm talking about getting back to the origins of it, yeah. These people go back centuries and decades, yeah. You're not talking a couple of years or 10 years or whatever, yeah. Like the first settlements here was Pig Shit Island. Do the research on Pig Shit Islands, who they are, what they are, and then you get that into what the businesses they run and control within the Great Yarmouth area, and it just opens up a whole new avenue of what frig is going on, do you know what I mean? And why these people get away with it all the time. Anyway, so he left their farms. See, they own the land. Do you see what I mean? They buy all their land and everything, yeah? And here it is. This is part of it as well, yeah? How these, you know, how they got changed into different sections, okay? Or different castes, okay? Look, okay? You know, obviously the ones who had collected gold and whatever had a higher status than those that were, say, making wooden spoons. Do you see what I mean, yeah? So they got more and more privilege. See, again, look, whose main occupation was as blacksmiths, but who also worked as stone masons. Okay, you getting it? Okay, stone masons. And you're gonna, as you read this, yeah, you're gonna see a lot more things like guilds. Yeah, and if you do the research into Freakmasons, where they originated from and all that, they were the guilds and all of that bollocks, yeah. You can then put 2 and 2 together and connect the dots and, you know, work out who's running your towns, who's built your towns, and everything else. You know, and again, like I said, they just hide that Masonic apron. They don't stand there and go, hey, look at us, because they know you'll victimise them. They know you'll point to them. Do you see what I mean? And once you know who your real slave masters are, yeah, they can't then hide. Do you know what I mean? Like back in the day, when the slaves revolted, who did they go for? You know, the plantation owners. Do you see what I mean? They knew that. They knew that. Do you see what I mean? Just get my glasses on. Right. I'm very tired. It's late, early. Right, where's it? But stonemasons, some of them made. Right there. See, look. As slaves, they paid a sum of money to the crown. Yeah, okay. Do you see what I mean? Because they worked for the crown. There's like I said, there's funny handshakes or deals that we don't know about, yeah? That's gone on with these people, and I didn't profess to know about it, yeah? I'm just saying, you lot get down that rabbit hole. You start researching, because I can't do it all on my own. I'm too old now anyway, bloody hell. But there's something there, do you know what I mean, right? See there. Oh, and here we go. And again in my videos, you notice that in the Masonic lodges they had princes. Okay, and here look, it says that the princely they were, however, also princely slaves in the towns and princely court where they worked as slaves and craftsmen. Yeah, who are craftsmen? Freakmasons. Do you see what I mean? But they have princes, blood princes, yeah, that come to Masonic lodges, yeah, blood princes. Again, it's all connected in them dots that I've done in my videos, and I sort of like, the more I go into it, the more you know, where it's coming from. Because remember, the people who built the pyramids were slaves, yeah, and they were taken out of slavery by Moses, who was a worshipful master or grandmaster. Yeah, and his staff was a fucking magic wand. But again, you can go through that in my videos. But and here we go. Look, see the princely gifts, inheritance, dowries, and from the spoils of war. Yeah, so the spoils of war. See, they used to use them, the slaves. Yeah, as fighting, and like I said, these guilds and everything else they've got, yeah, all these funny handshakes and all these deals they've done, yeah, over the centuries and the decades, yeah, is give them entitlements within your towns and cities, yeah, so long as they keep paying money to the crown, yeah, which is that fucking heraldry sign that you'll see in each town and city, in the churches. Let me see if I can just give you an idea of that, okay? Like that's, so I'm basically here, yeah, which is just quarter of the way down. I've got a good rest. But if I just show you here, look, Great Yarmouth churches, where is it? I'll give you an idea. Masonic Great Yarmouth, yeah. So like the church here, look, for instance, yeah, this is the heraldry within the church, look, yeah. Notice there's a diamond, okay. This actually sits on the wall, but as you can see, look, these are the families, yeah, that are honour to the big family at the top. Do you see what I mean? But that's the heraldry of it. Do you see what I mean? Of what you're dealing with within your churches. You know what I mean? And then on your churches, if you look, you see, you understand that. Do you understand that there? Obviously, that's 232. Okay, yeah. Oh, is that a video I'm watching or what? Oh yeah, it's a video. It's someone else's video. So wait a minute, let me get another one. Okay, no. But can you see the star in the middle? Look, you see it? Look, must be another video. Wait there, I want to try and get one what's not a video. See the Masonic symbolism there? Look, see the Masonic symbolism? Look, see the blue? It's 232. The white is 323. See, square and calm piss, Masonic cube. You see? But I was going to show you that later on, but just try to show you. This window here, look, do you understand this window? Each one is four circles, right? But it's 3, yeah? Let's just say it's 3, yeah? But each one of them is a Masonic cube, right? But the overall picture of that is this, which people don't obviously see. Yeah, I'll do it in yellow, yeah? Which is this, look. So I'll go from here to there, okay? And then we do it again. That's what you get. You see what I mean? And that is the 13 steps, you see. But it's also got 6 sides, if you count. It's 6 sides. Yeah, so 6. And then you've got 6 pyramids. So that's 6. And then 6 points on each pyramid, which gives you 666. But people don't realise that, you see. And that's the pattern you're looking for all the time. Sorry. Drunk the bloody Lemsip. But that's what I'm on about. But this is in the churches. So this is my local church here, the Minster. Yeah, I'm going to do this in a video. But as you can see, look, 232. 232, you have to merge them together because it's a bit like Dan Brown or whatever the bugger it is, and then 232. So that's 3 Masonic cubes above the door, which makes 666. But the interesting thing is the heraldry. Look at the little shields, yeah, of the family, you see, and that's what runs your towns and cities, yeah. These families that run for the crown, yeah. I've done the windows on here, but I thought I had another one, a good example. Sorry. Oh yeah, and as you walk into that, there's your square and compass. When you look above and stand on the square, you've got the square and compass, look, you can see it, yeah, which is in that church doorway there, look, up on that roof there. Oh, there you go, how's that changing? Up on that roof there, look, is the square and the compass. And that's what you see when you walk in there and you stand on the black cube of Satan, yeah? There's more to this video, but I'll show you later. But again, if you look at the church windows, and I mean every church window, look, what do you see, look? Can you see it? Can you see it? Do you understand it? Just by the church windows, yeah? Each section, do you understand it? See, there's 4, let me show you. Oh, I'm so excited. I'll do it in yellow. But again, you've got the 3 squares. See the 3 X's down there, look? Triple X, man, 666. You see, they don't give up. And again, in the windows, look, we got 4, 5. You seeing the pattern, my profane friends? That's how much they do Lucifer. 454, look. What is 454? 3 Masonic cubes. See, you know that's there. I've just shown you it. Look. 2, 3, 2. Yeah. 1, 6. Yeah. Do blue. 2, 3, 2. Second 6. And we'll do the final one in turquoise. And then you got 2, 3, 2, third 6. 666. So every window, yeah, in that Masonic church, oh, I saved it, never mind. Every window in that church, yeah, regardless, there's 3 windows, by the way, 3 across, 1, 2, 3, yeah. But each window, look, is 4, 5, 4. Each and every section is 6, 6, 6. And you've got to ask yourselves, and obviously we've got the 6, 6, 6 outside, and then you've got the 3 levels, look, square and compass on the inside. But you've also got this on the outside, look, you know, in the graveyard, you know, just on the wall, look, the square and the compass, the Masonic arch, the all-seeing eye, the sun, the moon, the beehive, the level, the trowel, the square. You know what I mean? All in the graveyard, you see? And they'll say, Freemasonry's got nothing to do with us, you know what I mean? But also in there, on the pews, you've got the Royal Order of Druids, and you've got the Royal Arch Freemason symbols, do you see what I mean? On the pews. So what are the Druids and the Royal Arch? And then you go to the slates, all the donation slates have got to do with Freemasonry. You go to the organ, it's full of Freemasonry 666 and this big square and compass on the organ. You know, you look up under the rafters, look, can you see that? Look, that's a Masonic cube, yeah? But in that Masonic cube, look, you've got the circle and the pyramid, you see? You get it, yeah? You're going, no. Oh. Right, I'll show you. Oh, baby. So, each of them, right? See, these here, even this here, these here, look, they're circles, yeah? Okay? 3 circles make a square, yeah? Let me just show you, okay? And on the points, I'll have to change colour. This is how they find a square, yeah, in Freemasonry. On the points where they touch, yeah? That's where your square is, look. That's how you find your square. 3 circles make a square, okay? That's what that is, okay? That's what them 3 circles there, they make a square. But also, because of the pattern, okay, just in case you didn't know, let's come over here. Let me show you what this is, look. See? This is what this is. Okay, that's what that is, right? So where is the Masonic cublet? There's the Masonic cublet, you see? That's what the Masonic cube is, right? And they know that. And it's so basically, when you see this sign here, they've got them going up Yarmouth seafront down the bloody thing. You'll see it all over. When you see this, yeah, it makes the Masonic cube, and they know that. They know that makes the Masonic cube. It don't matter which way up you put that, yeah. It makes the Masonic cube, yeah. The cube of Satan, yeah. Sort of do with Freemasonry. Nothing to do with God or Jesus or anything else. Sort of do with Freemasons and their square and calm piss. See, same as the petal there. You see the petal? It's not 5, it's 6. Because on these points here, yeah, these points here, that's where it makes the other circle, the 6th circle, yeah? You with me? And then these here, look, is 2, 3, 2. Oh, if I can get it right, but that's 2, 3, 2, but that's another story. But that's what that's all about. But they'll tell you, no, that's got nothing to do with it. But if you look for the circle, just put in pyramids or a circle within the thing and you'll see it. Do you know what I mean? But you won't get this sign from the other side of the church. You see what I mean? There's a different signage on the other side. But that's part, again, that's part, and, you know, we're sort of going off track of my video, really. But that's what that is, you know, and that's how it goes all the time, you know. And when you, like I said, when you see that pattern of, like this Coke machine, for instance, you see, that's in Norwich, yeah? Do you understand that 3 Coke machines side by side? This one's out of order, but do you get it, yeah? I'll show you. This is what I show people, you see what I mean? They don't like it, you know what I mean? So we're going red again. So CC, yeah? CC, Coca-Cola, yeah? C, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. So that's 33 degree, that's 33 degree, and that's 33 degree. Oh, what have we got here? 3 and 3, 6. 3 and 3, 6. 3 and 3, 6. 6, 6, 6. Oh dear, my profane friends. Do you see what I mean? Coca-Cola. That's why there's 3. What else do we have? Oh, we've got 6 here. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we've got 6 on this one and 6 on that one. 6, 6, 6. Are you getting it, my profane friends? We have 3 Coke machines, of course, which gives you 9. Yeah, as above, so below. 6. You know what I mean, my profane friends? Crazy as I may sound, crazy as I may be, but them 3 Coke machines have been put there by purpose. Also, don't forget, yeah, what have we got? We've got 6 points, yeah? What does that make? Square and calm piss. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's what you got on 3 Coke machines. You've also got red and white tiled floor. Yeah, the Rose Croix. Do you see what I mean? I could go more into it. That's what it is. But that's basically why they're there. So anyway, we'll discard that. But that's what it's about, you know what I mean? But let's go back to our Masonic barges, shall we? Canals, okay? How far did I get into that? I think it was about here, wasn't it? Boom. In the first hall of the 19th century, Millard divided the priestly slaves into 4 categories. That's right, yeah. Okay, so they all got changed into 4 different categories, right? So it wasn't like, oh, I'm nearly running out of bloody steam here. Right, the slaves of the boyars, yeah, estates could be procured as a result of priestly gifts, inheritances, yeah, and dowries, and from the spoils of war, yeah, because they used to, like I said, they fighted because they were fighting men, yeah, they still are today, the fighting men, yeah, but they have deals, and God knows whatever else goes on with these people, yeah, and donations that the prince granted the slaves to the boyars, or that the prince confirmed their possessions by official deeds as official proprietors with full economical rights, you see, or the hereditary and alienable proprietors, yeah. Again, like I said, they come under this thing, and I don't understand it, but hopefully other people will be able to put it together better than I would. The gift of slaves made by the prince were usually tied to villagers, you see, This demonstrates that the slaves dwelt on estates were granted to the boyars by the prince. The boyars were in full possession of their slaves, i.e., as with any personal property or real estate, they could sell, donate, exchange or mortgage, bequeath them, etc. The prince funded the buying and the selling as well as the allocation of slaves. For the boyar slaves were a cheap source of labour in the running of a boyar estate. Slaves played an important role, chiefly as servants and craftsmen, but also to a lesser degree as agricultural labourers. Clearly classifying the gypsies accordingly, which of the three categories of feudal masters they served, tell us a little about occupational and cultural diversity this was. Right, so I'll let you do the reading yourselves, okay? Unless I pick up something. And there we go, look, the obligations incumbent on the gypsies were fixed by tradition. So what are them obligations and what are those oaths? See, princely gypsies had to the estate, and that's not, we're not talking about the kings and the queens of the gypsies, or the lords or the dukes. We're talking about the princely ones, See, impose royal services on private sale, on private slaves. You see what I mean? So I just know that blood princesses, or princes visit Masonic lodges, and that's come up in my research. And I don't know if it's got anything to do with this or anything. I'm just giving people something to look at, and is there something into it where these people are controlling and looking after, like they looked after the vampires, didn't they? So are they looking after, well, Prince Charles is connected to Vlad, so, are they looking after these people? Because they lived on their land and they were, basically in the royal service of slaves, you know what I mean, as royals or whatever. Princes could make reference to such provisions whenever they gave confirmation of previous wars of slaves, the rest of their masters, you see, grand masters. There's always the master in it. See, slaves belonging to the monasteries. Again, why is the minster full of, that Masonic symbolism? Do you see what I mean? Because they were the stone masons, you see. See, they were obliged to pay certain taxes and carry out certain tasks for this state, you see what I mean? And if you go into it, like I said, they used, with their checkerboard floor, they actually used the checkerboard floor to work out their taxes and everything else, do you know what I mean? So see, still more obligations were imposed upon them. They were obliged to pay tithe on beehives. Again, beehives, the Masonic reference again. Do you see what I mean? And this is what I'm saying. This is this still going on today? From centuries ago, and they just don't inform us, anything about it. And it's why they own a lot of businesses and everything else, because they look after them lords, dukes and earls, and they're married into it all now, into that aristocracy. Like I said, they got gypsy kings and queens and everything else, princes and whatever. See, I don't know what disstupy mean. See, and again, and on the boar, if they own such goods, to place horses at the disposal of the crown and provide transport. Yeah, so I don't know, it's all to do with the crown, you know what it's like, it's all fiddly shit, you know what I mean, all above my fucking thinking powers, you know what I mean. But these petty obligations were numerous and varied from era to era. Free men, Freemasons, and princely gypsies were required to carry them out unconditionally, while private gypsies carried them out only in an exceptional cases. Furthermore, when obligations were applied to private gypsies, the slaves of some monasteries and boyars could be exempt from carrying them out by special deeds issued by the crown. Such obligations were not only a heavy burden for the slaves, but also their masters, who were in fact responsible for ensuring that their slaves carried out their obligations. And is that why they're going on about it in the Masonic Lodge? You know, remember your obligation, you know, the beehive and all the rest of it, you know what I mean? Right, here we go. Look, it appears that the gypsies of Bran Castle, and like I said, I believe castles used to be the original Masonic lodges. Do you know what I mean? Because that's where that, you know, where you had the Half of the Fire and all that cat is. But again, is that to do with, you know what I mean? See, he prevented his civil servants from arresting or judging gypsies, yeah? You see what I mean? Who belonged to Bran Castle. See, an annual payment of money, tax, and in certain services it appeared that the king, yeah, subjugated to the gypsies to the town of Brazo, and together in the ward of Bran Castle. In this way, they became the town's serfs, you see? And then they were passed to the town. And I don't understand it, like I said, but there's many kings across the UK that used to deal with these people, and I'm just saying, is there more to the funny handshake between war, you know, because these would have been fighting wars, you know, they've been being sold back and forth, you know, and did this all go on and we just don't learn about it in our history, you see what I mean? See, royal serfs. And is that why they were royal bloods visiting Masonic lodges? I don't know. See, directly dependent on the king. It was the king who had accorded two different groups of gypsies the freedom to live in the country, while the only obligation imposed them were those they had to the crown. They were required to pay certain taxes and to provide certain services for the state. You see what I mean? So I don't know what the hell's going on. Do you know what I mean? And as you can see, it placed them under the protection of the crown. In the medieval kingdom of Hungary, with a few exceptions, the gypsies were not the possession of any feudal masters. See, because that's what you were dealing with. That's why there was always wars, yeah? And the feudal masters were just big families that kept fighting each other. Whether they were secular or religious, their admission to and the settlement on private estates was done solely with the approval of the king. You see, so these estates, you know, like here we've got, for instance, we've got I can't think of any. Oh, mate. Oh, I can't remember. God. I was there the other day, weren't I, filming it, and it had all the square and compass and everything over it. Summer Leighton Hall, yeah? Like there, you know. And you got him there, Mr. Summer Leighton, or you had, you know, Mr. Falstaff, you know, another man, or, you know, there's so many knights and God knows what. But were these people, you know, are these, you know, were these all obligated in some way, you know, to look out of the town, but look after their best interests? I don't know. See, again, look, country to freely to sojourn, yeah? Again, another Freemason word, yeah? The sojourner, yeah? You know what I mean? Because he became a traveller, do you see what I mean? See, you got the entered apprentice, yeah, and then you got the fellowcraft, which is the sojourner, the traveller. Do you see what I mean? And he travelled from lodge to fucking... See, so they're sojourners, yeah? Everything in this piece of... You know, this isn't the full thing. I've only took screenshots of it, yeah? All right? See? The absence of military obligations. Again, you see, when they're fighting their wars for their masters. You see? And given privileges for winning wars, you know, whether that's land entitlements or whatever else. See, they're a source of revenue to the state under Transylvanian principle. And again, here we go, look. They were 1 florin or 50 dinners, yeah, on the St. George's Day, yeah, 24th of April. And this is why we always see them celebrating St. George's Day, yeah. Is this all to do with it? I don't know. But I know some of the local pubs that have a lot of G Templars in it, you know what I mean? They're always going on about, you know, St. George's Day. So again, is that to do with it? Is that a connection? You know, that the status as royal serfs, you know what I mean? Which is servants, yeah? They look after the royals, they're serfs, yeah? Rather than be slaves, they were then turned into serfs, yeah? Which is a higher thing, you know what I mean? I don't know, again, it's above my thinking station, you know what I mean? See, look, while the different group of the Bannock gypsies benefited from the aforementioned privileges, yeah, like you can run the bakery for me, you can run the pub, you can run the club, or whatever the fuck it is, do you know what I mean? These are the things they're getting as privileges for being serfs and the eyes and ears of those that have importance, like the lords, the dukes, and the earls, do you know what I mean? And you keep our best interest, you keep us safe, and... you know, we'll keep you out of the bloody courts and your freedom. You know what I mean? See, look, a sedentary lifestyle, settling on some noble estates in villages of serfs or at the edges of free villages and towns. In both cases, the respective gypsies lost their privileges, if not at once, then after a relatively short period of time. The gypsies who settled on the nobles' estates became serfs or landless peasants, while those who settled in towns and Saxon villages preserved their personal freedom, living as second-class inhabitants on the edges of those localities. The process of linguistic and cultural assimilation took place, most particularly in the case of gypsies settled villages and serfs, and less so in the towns and the Saxon villages. But again, you know, I don't know how it transferred or whatever. I know it's got something to do with Freemasonry. I know that. Guarantee it. See, look, gypsy craftsmen were also present in the towns. Some lived in the residence of their masters, yeah? So you've got all these lords, dukes and earls, all these people with money, and you had these craftsmen living with them, yeah? You know, quarters of the monastery, again, money, because it's the monastery. So they had special privileges to be living in them sort of high places, you know what I mean? They weren't exactly peasants, were they? You know what I mean? See, organised into guilds. Now, if you do the research on guilds, I wonder if hopefully this is now going to bounce back up where I need it to. So if I put in guilds, that's my Nazon, Zazon, Bony, baby. So if I put guilds, guilds, meaning, yeah. Yeah, a guild is a formal association of artisan, merchant or professional, particularly in medieval, formed to protect members of economical interest, regulate trade standards and provide mutual aid. They control product quality, apprenticeships, training and prices. Modern use include professional unions and associations of people with common interest in such as writers' guilds. See, and that's what it's all about. And then if you do like just put in like, you know, Freakmasonry, it jumps straight to the top. Do you know what I mean? And I'll put Masonic, look. Masonic. Bang. Look. And here we go, look. Masonic guilds refer to medieval operatives, stonemasons. Again, this is where they come into it. The stonemasons, remember, this is what they're talking about, not what I did. Look, and regulated the craft, trained apprentices, and built cathedrals. These local lodges set standards for work and protected trade secrets, and are the direct historical precursors to modern speculative Freakmasonry, which uses these tools and traditions for the moral teachings according to the Scottish Rite. Do you see what I mean? And this is what it boils down to. Do you see what I mean? And their tools and their craft, and as you can see, look, it's built right into the stonework. Oh, not now. It's built right into the stonework of the, you know, of the paths they built. Do you know what I mean? But this is what it's all about. You know what I mean? And is this where these people come from? Do you know what I mean? And is that what it's got to do with? You know, because what are the guilds today? I don't know. Like I said, they change things, don't they? Do you know what I mean? Now are Freemasons a guild? You know, Freemasons belong to the oldest fraternal organization of the world. A group began during the Middle Ages in Europe as a guild of skilled builders. But what happened if that guild of skilled builders were the gypsies? You know, the G Travellers, the Knights Templars, you know, those that were warrior guilds, yeah? You know, do you see what I'm saying, where I'm getting at? I don't know. I'm asking you. I don't know much about it. I'm just throwing it out there. Do you know what I mean? Look, Freemasonry and the medieval craft guilds, yeah? You see what I mean? Guilds and Freakmasonry. You know, look. The word guild, and is that to go back to where it said they were gold, you know, they panned for gold or whatever they were doing, you know, a guild, and to pay, originate, meant a tax or tribute, and hence those fraternities which in the early ages, which again, they're paying that tax to the king or their masters, do you see what I mean? And this is where it goes into, do you see what I mean? These guilds, look, you see? Sums of common stock were called guilds. Cowell, and the Old English jurist, defines a guild to be a fraternity or community of men gathered together into one combination to support their common charge by mutual contributions. Societies are kind of... So Greeks and Romans, look, see that again, it goes to that, the Romans and the Greeks, you see what I mean, and their artificial traders. See, and again, that's another connection, and the dot between that. They're just not saying anything else, you know. Do you see what I mean? Religious guilds, merchant guilds and craft guilds. Well, I'll tell you something now. Each and every one of them, what I just talked about, and I don't know how to get rid of that, you know, is to do with Freakmasonry. Do you know what I mean? And again, you know, they were using their black and white tile floor to work out the taxes and all the rest of it. You know, this is the thing what you're dealing with. I don't know. I'm just, you know, let's put it, look, guilds meaning Masonic, and then just put gypsy. Okay, let's see what comes up. And gypsy intersect around the historic development of skilled trades, especially stonemasonry, and the specialised, often mobile nature of these crafts in the Middle Ages. You see what I'm saying? See, look, the journeymen, look, you see, apprentices, trainees, journeymen, skilled workers, and masters, highly skilled levels, which are more than likely the ones that were working for the masters, you see. See, masters, high levels, you see. Is this what it's all based on, you know? That secrets and travel, because stonemasons often travel between jobs. They develop specialised handshakes, passwords, and marks to prove their qualifications, which evolved into Masonic rituals. You see? And then you can go on and on. But again, that's where them guilds come from. But if you go like this, guilds, and put castles, and go images, you know what I mean? Look, you know what I mean? And this is where they build it all. Look, you can see it there. Look, see, medieval guild. Look, it's all in the symbolism. You see? You know what I mean? That used to be a Masonic lodge. That was a Masonic lodge. Do you see what I mean? And the G travellers would be coming out of there. I think I've actually been there, to that castle. But that's what I'm saying. This is what they were. They were, you know, they built the castles, they built the cathedrals. Do you know what I mean? And they, you know, and again, look, it's now got back to, you know, this is what you're dealing with. You know, the coats of arms of the families, yeah, that belong and had a funny handshake. You will be, you know what I mean? You will be, you know, this is what you look after. The certain families, these guilds or whatever you want to call it, and it goes back to the heraldry. Then if you look at my heraldry video, these are, you know, this is what you're looking out for all the time. And you'll find all these shields in your churches. Yeah, I was even videos, guilds explained fast. And all these special skills, yeah, are what Freemasonry do. You see what I mean? You know, all the different types of guilds, and that's what it's about. Heraldry and guilds, look, you see? And they all look after each other, yeah? Call to arms. You know what I mean, baby? See, it's all the coats of arms, and that's what it's all about. Independent, yeah, you can see it there, look. Yeah. Square and calm piss pyramid. See what I mean? All shavers. I don't know what that one is, but they're all different skilled groups. Look, unreal, baby. But that's what it's all to do with. You know what I mean? It's all these people, yeah, that were the traders, the guilds, the, you know, like the there'd be the merchants. Do you know what I mean? Well, it's all in my videos. You know what I mean? See, the secrets of medieval apprenticeship revealed. You know what I mean? The script that changed medieval Europe. You know, and then obviously this is the people they worked for. You know what I mean? And they used to bond and bind their system by Masonic symbolism. I mean, he's holding the fleur de pisse right in his hand. Look, you see, the ball, world domination ball, and then he's got that staff or wand. See it? Look, and he's got the fleur de pisse, whoever that is, King Henry. Look, see. They're all Freemasons, and they all looked after the G travellers, yeah? I'm telling you, something in it. It's funny handshakes or something, do you know what I mean? Sort of information that'll get you killed within 30 seconds flat round here, I reckon. You know what I mean? But this is what they were. They were the Knights Templar, look, yeah? And they went around, and if you've never seen a knight with his full armour on, yeah, go try and find one, yeah? And then give him a whack. You cannot touch him. Do you know what I mean? They're invincible. No wonder they bashed every fucker. But look at the feudal system, crumbling history model, you know what I mean? But that feudal system, yeah, was different families, yeah, and the bigger the family, the more men you had, or slaves, or whatever the fuck was going on. I don't know, you know what I mean? Here, look, here we go, look, Age of War. Military ranks, look. But that ain't just military ranks, that's Masonic ranks. Do you see what I mean? How they do it, look. Masonic ranks in all armies, look. They're all the same. It's just nothing changes. Baby. I don't know. You tell me. I ain't got a clue. I'm just putting two and two together. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, these, you know, it's all the sojourners, the guilds, and everything that's common is, you know, it comes straight up. Do you know what I mean? And if I put in guilds, castles, and heraldry, and I just think that's all got to do with all what's going on within the UK. And there it is, look. You see the guilds, look. See? You got the Knights G Templars at the top, look. The ancient arms, they're ancient. You see, they go back years and decades and centuries, look. And this is what we're dealing with. Do you know what I mean? All the time. All this heraldry malarkey, look. See, all these old shields, all these old families, this is what you're dealing with. You're dealing with the Game of Thrones. And I've shown you in my videos. Just go look at my videos. You know. This is what you're dealing with all the time. Look, fleur de pisse, look, you see? Crowns. I just think it's got something to do with it. And there's a history there that we don't know nothing about. Let's try this one then. I think I've already covered it in the video anyway. Oh yeah, there it is, look. That's the flag of the Romany people, look. Can you believe it? You know what I mean? That was on a cart the other day, I see, yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's another flag of the Romany people. I don't understand it. But again, they do. They understand it all. Look. See the arms of the peacock. And then you can put the names in, yeah, and the names. But are these people answerable to these? Do you see what I mean? Do they answer up to these? You know what I mean? Do they answer up to these people? I don't know. I ain't got a fucking clue. But again, look, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Where is it? Look, yeah. Yeah, interesting gypsies. What's this? What's this? I don't know what this is. Street of the Gypsies. Only sound. New sound. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, you go. You fascinated the gypsies. Tinklers, the Tartars, the pagans, the heathens, the Moors, the Saracens have a rich and complex history that spans centuries, you see. According to historical records, they were a dark-skinned, warlike people who lived in various districts of the British Isles. See? Yeah, India. The gypsies were often viewed with suspicion and hostility by European society. They were referred to as Saracens, Moors, devils, heathens and pagans, and were persecuted and forced to flee. In heraldry, the gypsies were often described as Moors. Oh, it keeps saying the same thing. The pagans in Persia who besieged Desert. But again, there's different gypsies, isn't there, you see, so I don't know much, and I can't say much about it, because I don't know the history, I don't know, you know, I don't know enough about it. I just know, what the hell is going on here? What the hell? Get out of it, bloody. But that's what I'm saying, see, but I think I do think, get out of it, I think they've got a lot to answer for within all towns and cities, because I think there's you know, from the tax records of Brezhnev from the 16th century, for example, we learned that the gypsies were required to provide a certain service to the town, such as repairing the gates of the town. Yeah, this is it, look. Some town who lived in residence of their own masters or in the gypsy quarters of the monasteries, others even in the slaves of their homesteads. Yeah, right, diddle. Meanwhile, gypsies living in towns in Transylvania, Wellington, tax ordered from the 16th century. For example, we learn that the gypsies were paying the gates as well as the roads. The See, the manufacturers of weapons, including cannons, keeping the streets clean, sweeping the marketplace, and emptying sewers and latrines. They provide the town with its grave diggers, dog catchers, and executioners. You see, and this is the thing. You see, they've got a lot of responsibility within your towns. If you look into them and see what they own and what they run, you'll be quite surprised. And again, like I said, does this all go on the funny handshake, the Freakmasonry, the heraldry within the Masonic Lodge, and the families that control your towns and cities? See, they are your craftsmanships, you see. See, and then apprentices, look, attach them as apprentices to master craftsmen. The gypsy did not only practice crafts where they were regarded as having a kind of monopoly. In the last years of slavery, the boyos even used slaves. I can't read. Get out of it. It's playing up. In the new professions they were appearing at the time, young gypsies became proficient in their professions from a master craftsman, either on an estate or in the town. They became the cheapest craftsmen at the disposal of their owners. Similarly, the gypsies all labour for private manufacture enterprises in Moldova. But this is what I'm saying. Have they worked themselves up into positions, yeah, where they can't do without each other now, you know? And over time they've become brothers. Look at this, look. Slaves paid taxes to the state and were also subjected to other obligations, since their number were fairly high, generating substantial revenue for the crown, yeah? So it makes them very important, especially if you're generating great wealth, yeah? That 3,427 families of princely slaves, yeah? So you imagine that, yeah? Right? Families of princely slaves recorded a wallet share totaled 700,000 thalers, 3,000 gold ounces, and countless payments in kind. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how much that is, but again, it's just telling you the money, what's in. You know, the gypsies whose total value is equal to the latter sum. The gold washers formed a separate group, you see. And these are the groups, you see. The gold washers were valued at more, I think. So he worked the land, you see. So they become our farmers over time. See, be they manor or estate gypsies, were still few in number, not only among the ranks of the population, among the slaves of the boyars' monasteries. See, look, in return for this freedom, they paid their masters a sum of money, see? And this is what it's all about, paying your dues. You know what I mean? This is what it's about in the lodge. Are you paying your dues? Do you know what I mean? For your entitlement to do what you need to do. See, there's a lot more to this than meets the eye. And they've got a lot more in our history than we realise, I think, anyway. Especially with the research I've done in my own town. See, now here we go again, look, you see. See, look. Several families, yeah, living in the same place made up a band, yeah. Again, it's that like, you know, this gang or this army unit, whatever, yeah, this unit of organisation was usually referred to as a company, see? Now you're getting into the army type things, you see what I mean? Generally speaking, this number of families that made up a band of gypsies was small. From irrelevant numerous statistics of undispelled from the second half of the 18th century, that a band was usually made up of between 30 and 40 families, yeah, that's a band, and bands were usually composed according to profession: gold washers, bear baiters, musicians, spoon makers, etc., etc. The whole band moved together as it travelled the countryside. It possessed a number of characteristics that distinguished it from other bands. Each band had its own leaders, which were the kings and the queens, who was known as a Jude or a Gude. You know what I mean? The gypsies chose the leader of the bands during the assembly, attend the entire. Now I know that, like, they get, you know, there is always the one in any particular. There's always one they answer to. You know what I mean? So this sounds good. And here we go, look, you see, but it was not hereditary. These leaders constituted a kind of aristocracy of the gypsies. See, again, because they've got lords, dukes and earls and all the rest of it. They've got, you know, an aristocracy, shall we say, or level. You know, they've got their peasants, you know, or their caste, or different types of gypsies, again, within their, you know, their system. I'm not pretending I know all about it, because I don't, you know, I don't even understand the first bit of it. See, look, he enjoyed the complete obedience of the hand. Do you see what I mean? First, it was the power to resolve disputes between members of the band. He had the power to pass judgment and to administer judgment. You see what I mean? This is the thing, look, yeah. Honky and princes in the 15th and 16th century to bands of gypsies. And again, if you notice, yeah, they're all, you know, they're all beseeching to the king, look, you see? His gypsy subjects. Oh, sorry. Neither was the collection of taxes that the community as a whole or gypsies individually owed to the state, the local authority, or in certain cases to the feudal master of the estate on which the band was staying. For fulfilling this task, the gypsies were exempt from the payment of tax and other obligations. In this way, the gypsy prince played the role of intermediary between the community and the authorities, you see. And this is what I'm saying. These are all underhand shakes that went on centuries and decades ago that I still think go on today. You know what I mean? Some of this. Things that we don't understand, of course, which they won't tell us. And they always back each other up. Always. See, again, look, groups of gypsies, obviously they left Bizet and scattered in all directions, reaching virtually all the countries of Europe, okay? And if you look in all the countries of Europe, you'll see there's Masonic lodges, yeah? Groups of gypsies have managed to live in various countries, each beginning a separate chapter. Again, another favourite word the Freemasons use, yeah? A Masonic lodge has chapters within, you see? In the history of the gypsies. Once the gypsies leave the Balkans, we in fact are no longer dealing with a single history of gypsies, but rather many histories of gypsies based around countries and possibly around larger geographical areas. What unites all these histories is the gypsies' extraordinary ability to conserve their cultural identity, and their obstinate refusal to adapt to the values of European civilization and to give in to assimilation. See, and they're not even sure if they were slaves, to be honest, me personally anyway. For the tax record on the see again, look, there are instances of tax records at the level of the level, you know what I mean, of the potentiality of Transvaal and the Kingdom of Honey, where gypsies are registered under separate headings, as well as tax records at the level of countries and other administrative units or towns which record gypsies together with their obligations or even the amount of tax paid by them to gold washers from the particular or the Banat. So I don't understand. Yeah, here we go. Look, you got the gold washers. Yeah, these were the authorised to engage in the collection of gold from riverbeds. Mining officers supervised the activity of these gypsies, who are also under the jurisdiction of the officers. The occupation of such gypsies were seasonal and they were nomadic. And then you got the fixal taxi gypsy. These gypsies were so called because they paid an annual tax to the treasury. You see, they led a nomadic existence, but they were organised into bands led by voyevodi and blah blah blah. They were recorded as 26 voyevodi. The cameral tax was 933 florins at 933. How interesting. And 8.5 kuzars, whatever that is. Gypsies attached to the leading mid-towners and the town. These were serfs and landless peasants tied to nobles' estates. See, it's always about the nobles. That the wait there. Tied to nobles' estate were chiefly employed as craftsmen, or they were living in relation to servitude to whom required to carry out, I don't know what I've done there, carry out certain tasks in the sense of the 70. So they had, I think, quite a big importance to the lords, the dukes and the earls. Do you know what I mean? Look, gypsies attached to the leading landowners and the towns. These were serfs and landless peasants tied to nobles' estates, where they were chiefly employed as craftsmen, or they were living in relations to servitude to towns for whom they were required to carry out certain tasks, like maybe look after my vegetable shop, look after my farm, look after my meat. You know, you can look after my butcher's shop. Do you see what I mean? And they had all the shops, like, you know, and they were working them for the nobles. Do you know what I mean? So we think they're shopkeepers, but no, you're not shopkeepers. You're actually working, but you're paying your taxes, but you had your freedom and, you know, you got the rights and the privileges of whatever that meant to work for them sort of people. I don't know. As long as you were the eyes and the ears, do you know what I mean? Whatever that privileges bring, I don't know, but I'm just guessing, you know. I don't know. This is just something I've looked into and put two and two together and maybe come up with 4,000, but I don't know. See, look. In centres of 12,686 heads of gypsy families. So you imagine how many families there are. There's 12,686 heads of gypsy families, right? Recorded together with their wives, giving a total of 35,539 people living in this state. Yeah, a total of 8,598 families had fixed dwellings. yeah, that means they had their own houses, I presume, while 4,088 were nomads and 10,000 were serfs, while 30 were landless peasants. So, I mean, I don't know how that all works out into what's going on, but you do the maths. The situation of these gypsies, together with the data mentioned above, was certain in the book due to the year 1794. The book made legal. The gypsies started with the year, and the spirit of this legalisation and imperial policy presents an appropriate mean to achieve their. I mean, did they just carry on? I don't know what it says there. So, I mean, did they just like work for the, just keep carried on working for them, and they're still maybe slaves today, but they're not slaves, if you know what I mean. They're part of that, that funny handshake crew, and they're brothers, Oh yeah, this is some gypsies or pirates, the vermin eugenics. Now there's a video here, look, Ethan Allen Homestead Enrichment Program, gypsies or pirates, the vermin eugenics survey. Yeah, and I started to watch that. Labelling private basket makers as gypsies and people living in houseboats as pirates. The University of Vermont ran a science program, 1925 to 1936, used to identify thousands of defective, delinquent and dependent Vermonters. Many years later, this program was deemed a pseudo-science. Judy Doe gives a brief history of the project as well as the historical trauma suffered by the families who were targeted. You know what I mean? I don't know much about that, I can't remember. But yeah, look it up and watch the video, then you'll get an idea, especially if you're a traveller. First came to Blackpool, yeah? Again, at the beginning of the 19th century, but had arrived in England from northern India, and then they go through the normal, yeah. They looked at gypsy with the dark skin and hair. Over time, gypsy became gypsy, and despite the word uncomfortable pronunciation, the Roman gypsy is now the acceptable term for this community. Yeah, that period again. And so the gypsy community began to come. The sounds of the social, the encounter became an attraction in itself, and a miniature train track was even created around the camp with a station called Gypsyville to. Like Blackpool first gypsies still live here to this day and continue to work on the pier and the Golden Mile. Again, showing that they still work on my Golden Mile in Great Yarmouth, do you know what I mean, and the piers and everything else. And we need to know who these people are, because like I said, I think there's a lot more to these people than first meet the eye, and the history of what they really are to our towns and our cities. Yeah, because they're well encamped within the Masonic Lodge here. Yeah, I think they're in the Masonic Lodge right across the world. In every fucking lodge. Every lodge has this band of gypsies that have some form of control, that look after the lords, the dukes and the earls. Do you know what I mean? And there's something going on there, and they're the Knights Templars and all of that. There's some funny handshakes that have been down the centuries, and it's still going on today. Yeah, and that's what I believe with my research anyway. Now, going back to the houses, yeah, look, yes, a house on land can be a dry berth or be situated within a dry docked land-based setting. Through this usually refers to a houseboat or boat converted into a dwelling that is permanently placed on land rather than in the water, okay? And this is what I'm on about, being in dry dock or dry land or dry berth, yeah? Now, some of these houses have been put on stilts, yeah? There are key considerations for this type of structure. Definition of home. A dry berth, yeah, because there's a difference, I think this is what this is here. Look, the Broad Authority, yeah, house, yeah, Thorpe Road, Norwich, okay? Look, Category A, a navigational boat that are lived on. There's Category B, boats that are not navigationable, houseboats, yeah. Category C, built on rafts or pontoons. And then Category D, do float buildings and can float, you know what I mean, buildings, blah, blah. then it shows you the different, the different thing. Again, I didn't do it all, yeah. But a dry berth typically refers to an on-land storage of a vessel, yeah. So the house can be like a boatyard or a dry stack, yeah, to protect it from water damage. So that's what that house basically is with that porthole, yeah. It makes it a boatyard or a dry stack, yeah. But it can also refer to as a dry dock, which is a structure on shore, yeah, that can be filled with water, then drained to allow for maintenance, or in this context, to leave a vessel on a dry platform, yeah. So you can get a fucking rowboat, yeah, and so long as you can put water into a building and drain it, meaning your what them tanks, them bloody tanks, yeah, you put them on your house, that puts you as a dry dock, yeah, ballast tanks, yeah. Okay, I'm only guessing here. I don't know much about it, like I said, yeah. If a boat is removed from the water and placed on land to be used as a home, it generally requires planning permission from the local authority, as it constitute as a change of use of that land, yeah. Permanent location, the boat is set onto or into a dugout hole inland and is no longer considered a vessel in the traditional sense, but whatever it is. But yes, look, a house on land can be a dry berth or be situated within the dry docked land-based setting, though this refers to a houseboat or a boat converted into a dwelling that is permanently placed on land rather than in the water. Okay, so basically you can put, like I said, you can put a house on stilts, yeah, and when it floods, it rises off the stilts to float, yeah. That's called like a houseboat or a float boat or something like that, yeah. But because it's like on land, you know what I mean, it can be put in dry dock or whatever, and if you put ballast tanks there, it can become something else. Like I said, it's all technical, yeah. And this is how these people are getting, yeah. So you've got a wet berth and a dry berth, yeah. Look, wet berths and dry berths are two common methods of storing boats and other watercraft. Sorry, my throat's going. I've had a flu or whatever the fuck it is, sore throat. Each has its advantages and disadvantages, and the choice between them depend on the specific needs and the preference of the boat owners, yeah. Below are some of the differences between a wet berth and a dry berth, yeah. Water immersion and dry storage, yeah. A wet berth and a wet berth, also known as, and this is where it becomes, like I said, yeah, you got a dry berth or a wet berth, yeah, and with ballast tanks you can, like, you fill them up and then empty them, yeah. That turns the house or the building or whatever it is into a fucking like a bloody thingamajiggy. Well, you know what I'm on about anyway. If not, bloody have a look out yourself. Sorry. There are moorings, yeah, some private, many leased or rented in our tidal and non-tidal waterways, used by some for pleasure, others for work, and a few for houseboats, yeah. However, our foreshore below or around have become more precious to us all. In recent years, although not exclusively, this has been true of the east of the country, yeah, and below contains a short summary of the most recent case of it. And this is where, again, the following are just a few examples, right? Abandonment, and this is where the vessel, which through accident or cause has sunk or become fast, yeah? Coming from the Latin as a mean to grow or to increase in some areas. This occurs when a riverbed moves its position or the sea returns back to the land. You see what I mean? So when if you've got a river and it goes to, like, it sinks down, it goes dry, doesn't it? Yeah, this is what it's referring to. So a boat that can be on, you sometimes see a boat on the river and then the river goes out and then it becomes on land, doesn't it? Yeah. Again, that changes that composition of what that is. Do you know what I mean? But don't ask me what the fuck it is. Do you know what I mean? See, because you've got a boat and then a vessel. You see what I mean? There's a boat, a vessel, a ship. You know what I mean? It's all different. You see, all technical. See, breach of prosecution in the magistrate rather than our civil courts. Many moorings will be subject to some form of bylaw control. This can be coastal, tidal, or inland. You see, it is the land which can be seen when the tide goes out, or with the internal waters depending upon the water level. See, and this is where it all gets you. You see what I mean? There's bylaws and breaches and all this crap. You know what I mean? And this is how they're getting around us all the time. Most of us know what a harbour is. Some are little more than defended beaches, others big commercial structures. There are two slightly different definitions, although stated on that includes estuaries, navigational rivers, piers, jetties, and other works in at which ships can abstain, shelter, or ship and unship goods or passengers. You see what I mean? And this is what it's all got to do with, yeah? See, most of us know what a boat is, but in legal terms, yeah, okay, quite a difference between a boat and a vessel, you see? And this is where they get you, you see? Again, with the sea laws. You know, when you're travelling in your vessel, you see, you're not travelling in your car, you're travelling in a vessel, you see? There's a difference in law. But anyway, what do I know? Many of our harbours, ports and waterways are creatures of statute, yeah? Okay? Under which they are entitled to make bylaws, a breach of which is usually dealt with through a prosecution in the magistrate court rather than a civil court. Many moorings will be subject to some of the bylaw control. This can be coastal, tidal, inland. Oh yeah, I just watched that, didn't we? I might have got that one twice, sorry. But read these yourself, you ain't got to listen to me. I've got to stop talking anyway, my voice is going, so you'll have to just read these as you go, yeah? That's another thing. Look, what do you call it? Look, propelled or moored and includes any ship, lighter, keel, barge, boat, raft, and I'm sure there's a few more there I can't read, but this is where they get us, baby. Look, see, for centuries people have tied their boats or vessels along tidal estuaries, yeah, where when the tide has gone down, they have been able to repair and fix them, yeah. Okay, so you didn't have to put it into dry dock or any of that malarkey, yeah? Some ship repairers use the foreshore to repair and store vessels, but some wish to use the foreshore to place their houseboats. Any such rights are subject to rights of navigations and increasingly to control in navigations through the port authority or harbour authority. As the land becomes more precious and expensive, some use often ignored by the Crown is now subject to Crown control and a charge, but there was never or rarely attempted in the past to make a charge with certain moorings not transferable. And it obviously has gone, and then there's a couple of cases here, look. It had been used by the owner of a hotel and their guests as part of their hotel business. But again, look, this is just a little island, yeah, a small island in the middle of the river, look, you see. And this is what's happening all the way. But anyway, look, dry berthing is a term typically used for boats, meaning storing them out of the water. However, in the context of residential property, a house can be dry berthed, you see, in the sense of being kept dry through specialised structural techniques to prevent moisture particularly when built on wet, damp, or in extreme cases, floating scenarios. Okay, now this is about houses becoming houseboats. Okay, or houses becoming dry berthed. Yeah, but dry berthing, and then like I said, they put on fixtures like you put a porthole on it and all of that malarkey that changes in the nitty gritty of things in the laws. Yeah, and again, that's too much, for me to go and research, but it puts different laws on these buildings. Do you see what I mean? Right, there is a house can be kept in a dry berth state, dry docking, floating foundations, yeah, similar to boats in a dry dock. Some homes are built on elevated pilings, that's it, not fucking stakes, elevated pilings or pontoon foundations that allow them to sit above the water level, keeping the main structure dry even if the ground below is flooded. Do you see? So your house can be dry docked or a floating so long as you make it above water level. Do you see what I mean? So anything above water level, or you make above water level, putting on stilts or pylons or whatever else, yeah, you're dry docking or float or giving it a floating foundation, what they call a floating foundation, yeah, which again, thingy, the tanking and waterproofing membranes for homes built near water or underground cellars. Okay, tanking involves applying specialized membrane to the masons, effectively sealing the house in a dry barrier similar to the boat hull to prevent water from entering, yeah? And again, you talk ballast tanks, whatever, but this is what it's about, do you know what I mean? And this is how they're technically putting their houses under sea law or into international waters where the police can't touch them or they become above the law. Do you see what I mean? So dry berthing is a term typically used for boats, meaning storing them out of water. However, in the context of residential properties, a house can be dry berthed in the sense of being kept dry through best specialised. So I don't know, like I said, and that basically is the end of it, I think. Yeah, that's it. That's Masonic Canal Gypsies. Do you know what I mean? I think I've gone through it all, but again, it needs looking into, especially this. Oh, I ain't got the link for it. I'm very sorry. I'll try and get it. I'll try and add it into the video. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I'll try and get it added into the video. This particular website, which is booksopenedition.org. Yeah. And you more than likely be able to read, but it tells you the whole history of these gypsies and how they spread into every town and city. But again, like I said, hopefully I've educated some of you, and this is how they're getting away with it. I'll let you listen to her again.
Is higher up in the chain than Epstein is. People are really going to see Branson's name coming out a lot with that. I think that he was the higher up who was kind of running their trafficking corporation. So these passports that people were getting from Terramar Project basically make them citizens of no country. They become citizens of the water. So therefore, they legally cannot be convicted of any crimes committed on the water, and anybody could take them anywhere. This is one of the major ways that I believe that, they're getting by with this trafficking. And if you think how big, Epstein with his one little island was, just imagine somebody who's doing this internationally off the water, with no tracking.
Indeed. You know what I mean, my profane friends. But yeah, that's it. And then obviously that's part of my Gangstalking video, but I think I'm going to put this as a Masonic Canal Gypsies, something like that, as the down source. Do you know what I mean? I can't believe it. You know what I mean? Masonic Great Yarmouth. I'll have to do that video there, man. I can't believe it. You know what I mean? The way they get away with it, But there you go, there's the Masonic symbolism within the church, you know, it's everywhere, doesn't matter where you look, they're there, you know, and like I said, it's supposed to be to do with, you know, the Freemasons, but yeah, I'll come and do this next, you know what I mean, again, I'll carry on the Masonic gang stalking, and we'll see where we get to, do you know what I mean, my profane friends? That's what it's all about, the Masonic canal. You know what I mean? You're the best of the best of the best. Remember, I love you all, and you're the best. Have a great day, Sugar Puffs. I hope that's it, you know. And let me know. I mean, I don't know everything. Like I said, I just try and connect some dots for people, you know. And then, you know, hopefully they take it further. I'll try and put, you know, the link to that. I don't know if I can put it in so you click it if it's clickable. But I'll try and put it with the video, you know, I'll upload the link to the video to that site, you know, where the history of them gypsy slaves, you know, through feudal Transylvania or wherever, blah, blah, blah. But all of them, I think, are a part of, you know, of an importance to the history of Great Britain, you know what I mean? To the world, in fact. You know, but what do I know? I'm too profane. Have a great day.